Hey Dylan, how's it going? Let's see. Oh. You can ask her that. There we go. Today has been a day. That's all I can say about that. It's been a day. It is the day of all time. I can start it in 3 minutes. I didn't really have a chance to realize I have to work. You said Commander got PTSD from polarized light or something? Yeah, pretty much. It's basically PTSD. He shows signs of it. "19 days. Probably 14 days. Yeah, he has a deep trauma about the people he cared about dying. And that includes dolls. I would say he's gotten over it in like the worst way possible. But he's one of those rare cases where he can't stand a doll dying. He refers to it as a doll. But yeah, the writing for the commander when it comes to his PTS or his trauma is the way to put it. His trauma regarding dolls dying, it has been wildly varying in Ghost Frontline 2. Also, yes, I have been lifting weights, which you can't see. Yeah, I have been lifting weights during stream. It keeps me awake. Anyways, let's go. So it's Ancha? Okay. Shortly before Ancha arrived at the hotel, White Zone, Sigurd knew Venus. Or Venus. Yeah, Venice. Orlog Financial Conglomerate Branch Building. In the corner of the smoking area downstairs at the building, Lentine, oh, it's Lentine. Huh. We did stop at a good point. Lentine leaned against a pillar. The cigarette in her hand was burning silently, the ash already accumulating and tottering on the edge of falling.
Kenny.
Agent Lentine, it is now 2:45 p.m., but there are 15 minutes left until the agreed meeting time. Before Lentine can finish, Kenny had already given a response. This wasn't the first time she had asked today. Lentine clicked her tongue lightly, swished her fingers, and snuffed out her half-smoked cigarette. In the metal ashtray nearby lay several cigarette butts, scattered haphazardly. Some were twisted like pretzels, and some were almost entirely intact, evidence that she had killed a whole hour here. The direct summons from the conglomerate headquarters. This is indeed very rare. Whether it's rare or not doesn't matter. What's important is that this summons requested the entire Omen squad to come to New Venice. Ashton, are you sure you don't need to accompany you up there? After all, it's a meeting at this level. It would be better to have an extra person look out for each other. No need. This is a terror for those old foggies. Breaking more guns won't help. You head back to the hotel and stand by for now. Or take the others and show them around New Venice. Don't just stand there doing nothing. It's fine. I'll wait for you in the car. Suit yourself. Lentine adjusted her slightly wrinkled tactical trench coat. She waved her hand a bit, trying to dispel the lingering tobacco smell on her, then turned and stepped into the main entrance of the building. Crossing the lobby, the elevator went straight to the top floor. Following the signs, she soon stood in front of the Special Representative's office. Omen Squad, Lentine, reporting in. Please come in. A woman's voice came from inside the door. Sweet, gentle, yet carrying a familiarity that made Lentine uncomfortable. Lentine's fingers pushing the door stiffened slightly, and her brow instantly furrowed. She already knew who was sitting inside. She pushes the door open. Behind the spacious desk, a pink-haired woman is sitting boredly in a boss chair. Her slender fingers idly fiddle with a holographic nameplate on the desk that reads Special Representative. Oh my, Adjutant Lentine, your punchless voice. Miss Cocoon. Cocoon chuckled lightly and tapped her fingers slothfully on the desk. The holographic projection flickered and reorganized into a simple name, Cocoon. It's been a while since we parted ways in the Red Zone, Adjutant. I heard you've been quite the successful run. Have Monkey Security lately? This mission allowance for Omen Squad far exceeds that of your peers. You really do cherish those human subordinates as always. Lentine's hands hanging by her sides clenched into a slight fist, then relaxed. She fought back the urge to retort. A Monkey Security or during a mission, she could force the other party to shut up, but here, under the conglomerate's structure, she had no confidence to talk back. You flatter me. It's all thanks to the conglomerate's missions. That light chuckle was more grating than any mockery. Cocoon stood up, her high heels making a faint sound as they stepped on the expensive carpet. She walked around the desk, approaching Lentine with light steps, and began to slowly pace around her. I've heard that this Iliad has an outstanding combat record in your Omen squad. She seemed to listen to you quite well when we were in the red zone. Her voice drifted over from Lentine's left side, then circled around to her right. But I suppose that makes sense. That kind of pure killing machine is only most handy when used as a mindless sword. She lightly paused a beat behind Lentine. In this regard, your usage habits are quite excellent. Lentine remained silent. Don't be so cold. Cocoon stopped in front of Lentine, her pink hair almost brushing against Lentine's cheek. That's really close. She leaned forward slightly, a playful glint shining in her eyes. How was it, Adjutant? Did you ever think there would come a day where you stand here being lectured by your most hated third-generation doll? However, it's fine if you hate me. Her tone suddenly lightened up, like flipping past a boring chapter. This time, we're going to fight side by side, Adjutant Lentine. Lentine took a half step back, creating some distance. Is there a new mission? Cocoon stopped beating around the bush and pulled an envelope from the table behind her. Holding the envelope, she playfully tapped Lentine's chest with it, then smoothly slipped it into Lentine's embrace. Why don't you open it and take a look, Captain Lentine? Lentine took the document out of the envelope. It was a top-level commission from the headquarters of the Olak Financial Conglomerate. The commission party was the entirety of the Mongi Securities Omen Squad. In its signature block, Zimmerman's name was signed. This is a direct commission from the conglomerate's headquarters? How about it, Adjutant Lentine? Are you happy? Lentine frowned slightly. Commissions from the conglomerate are very common, but they usually go through the PMC's official business-to-business procedures. This kind of pattern of directly naming and contacting a specific squad in its entirety is not only rare, but it usually implies shadiness. So is this the reason why Mr. Krasov said nothing when she was summoned by the conglomerate? The commission details are to act as a representative of Zimmerman's bodyguard? Not only that, the relevant procedures have already been coordinated with Mongi Security. Until the ribbon-cutting ceremony is completed, the Omen Squad will be solely responsible for the representative security. The entire Omen Squad has quite a few members. In a sensitive area like New Venice, personnel, weapon loadouts, stationing points, and logistics supplies all require extremely tedious approvals. It's fine. All the expenses and official procedures for this mission will be fully borne by the conglomerate. Even if the adjutant wanted to drive an armored vehicle into a hotel lobby, as long as the justification is reasonable, the approval will go through. New Venice is the most recently built flight zone, and its security level is already extremely high. For it to require an entire squad with the firepower of Omen to be there, is there another mission coming up that we don't know about? Cocoon revealed her usual mysterious smile, automatically ignoring Lentine's question. Considering that the Omen Squad is new here and unfamiliar with the geography of New Venice, so we have thoughtfully prepared a guide for Adjutant Lentine. As Cocoon's voice fell, the side door of the office was pushed open. A petite girl walked out. She had snow-white long hair tied with a ponytail. A slender figure wore a black inner shirt with a form-fitting long white dress over it, and wore a pair of black framed glasses. Slender fingers twirled a handcover novel. She looked like a refined itinerary girl who frequented bookstores, exuding a scholarly and cold aura completely out of place here. But this literary girl's expression was somewhat subtle. Lentine prided herself on being a good judge of character, and this girl, she was trying hard to maintain a sort of rigid gentleness. Adjutant Lentine, allow me to introduce you.
一時的に増援としてカラミティ隊に配属されることになりました。水仙さんです。
Narcissus. Miss Narcissus, who will serve as short-term external assistance for the Omen Squad in the coming days.
水仙さん、こちらが隊長のレンティーヌ副司令です。
Miss Narcissus, this is the captain of the Omen Squad, Adjutant Lentine.
仲良くしてくださいね。
Please get along well in the coming days. Dylan and I agree. The girl named Narcissus didn't greet immediately. She slowly placed a bookmark between the pages before looking up and pushing her glasses frame with her index finger. Then she lifted her skirt and performed an extremely standard curtsy that conveyed no sense of respect whatsoever.
はじめまして、レンティーヌ副司令。水仙よ。
Adjutant Lentine, good afternoon. I am Narcissus.
しばらくの間だけど、よろしく。
In the days to come, I look forward to working with you. Lentine's gaze quietly swept over the cover of that book. The title, The Metamorphosis, was written in ornate script on the cover. Miss Narcissus, nice to meet you. May I ask which PMC you previously belonged to? Me? I'm from a new Venice Guard. Calling me the captain isn't quite accurate. I'm probably more like the ace. The ace? What role do you usually play in a squad combat? Since Miss Cocoon introduced you as a guide, and looking at your attire, you must primarily be responsible for rear command or intelligence analysis, right? I don't do boring things like that. I only participate in battles. If anything, I just execute the tactics formulated by others. You can assign me to any position. I don't operate with the garrison often anyways. You just need to know that no matter what the mission is, I can complete it flawlessly. Lentine frowned. For an unknown person to be dispatched into the squad, Lentine had to confirm her true skill level. In battle, the greatest threat is often not the enemy, but a teammate thrown into chaos. The guard will be taking orders from me along with you. Narcissus gently shook her head, her white ponytail swaying along with the motion. If you are alone, for sake of safety, I can assign you to an existing squad in Omen and have you execute missions as a mixed team. Narcissus frowned slightly after hearing this. She shook her head gently again. Captain Lentine, you might have misunderstood my previous answer. What I meant is, no matter what the mission arrangement is, I alone am enough. Wait. Could you be... Lentine took a deep breath. The bizarre sense of incongruity grew heavier. This feeling of exuding an inexplicable sense of confidence. Her gaze lingered on Narcissus for a few seconds before suddenly turning to Cocoon, her tone becoming cold and hard. Miss Cocoon, is this your new partner? You sent another third-gen doll to me? As the words third-gen doll blurted out, Narcissus, who had originally maintained an elegant posture, suddenly squeezed a crease into her book cover in her hand. She didn't even wait for Cocoon to speak, suddenly raising her head, frowning and staring at Lentine. Human? I am not like those feeble third-gen dolls! Her voice was filled with genuine fury and disgust.
あんなのと同列にしない。
Don't lump me in those things. Cocoon squints as if hearing something interesting. Jin gently claps her hands, interrupting Narcissus' out-of-control emotions.
落ち着いてください、レンティーヌ副士。
That's enough, Agent Lentine.
水仙さんは人形ではありません。
Miss Narcissus is indeed not a doll.
私たちからの
If you're only worried about choosing another gift to be giving you, you can rest assured.
彼女はあるお方が直々に
She was directly dispatched by a certain high-ranking individual.
権限も
Her opposition and appointment belonged to neither the French conglomerate nor Representative Zimmerman.
そんな大物に心当たりはない。
I don't remember knowing any other big shots.
ええ、ご存知ないでしょう。
Agent Lentine indeed doesn't know her, but please trust in the sincerity.
彼女は
She will be very,
使い勝手のいい
a very useful sword, you know? Lentine stared right into her eyes. Someone who hasn't personally participated in battle would usually avert their gaze under Lentine's scrutiny. But Narcissus didn't. Not only did she not avoid it, but deep within those indifferent pupils, Lentine saw an unfounded self-confidence. Like a wolf, sharp eyes hidden beneath a gentle mask. Narcissus seemed to notice Lentine observing her. She quickly spread open the pages of her book to cover most of her face, leaving only a pair of eyes looking elsewhere.
それと水仙さん
Also, Miss Narcissus, even I feel a little hurt hearing your evaluation of 13 dolls just now, you know?
失礼。
My apologies.
でもお気持ちはわかります
Well, I suppose I can understand how you feel.
復帰して最初の任務です
After all, this is your first mission since your fresh start. So it is inevitable that you feel a little excited.
ですが言動には気をつけてください
But please do mind your words and actions from day
あ
to
の地
day.
獄にはもう戻りたく
You wouldn't want to go back to living in that kind of hell, would you?
わかった。レンティーヌ隊長、さっきはごめん。
Captain Lentine, my words were a bit intense just now.
敵対するつもりはない。
However, I did not come carrying a special mission targeting Captain Lentine. I ask you to believe me on this point. Lentine stopped asking questions. Although she was still full of doubts, Cocoon's attitude was too ambiguous, and only a third-generation doll stepped forward to handle a commission of this magnitude. A feeling of unease slowly fermented in Lentine's heart.
また何か起き
Yes, guys. Something is about to happen. Cocoon seemed to see right through Lentine's thoughts, an amused smile curling the corners of her lips.
どうしましたレンティーヌ副司令何か問題でも
What is it, Agent Lentine? Is the Omen Squad facing any difficulties?
いや、
No, Miss Cocoon.
契約通り。
We will deploy the defense forces and complete the mission as agreed upon. On the battlefield, a knight doesn't need to ask too many questions. It only needs to sharpen his own blade. After bowing in salute, Lentine turned and exited the conference room. When the elevator doors reflected her face, that constantly tense face actually revealed a somewhat dangerous smile.
せいぜい笑ってろ、第三世代人形。
Laugh all you want, third-gen dolls.
混乱が深まり、
The greater the chaos, the more opportunities there are. I will seize every chance and make the Omen the heroes of everyone. Lentine walked out of the main entrance of the financial conglomerate building, the sunlight making her squint. The air in New Venice was so clean it felt somewhat unreal. Compared to the yellow zone she stayed in year-round, there was like another world. She pulled out a cigarette and put it in her mouth. Again, just as she was about to light it, she caught sight of the construction area near the building from the corner of her eye. There was a small engineering team doing final testing on the decorative panels on the building's exterior wall. A few young people in matching uniforms squatted next to the scaffolding, gesturing at the tablet terminal. One of them caught Lentine's attention. She squatted on the ground, tapping the tablet lightly 3 times with her finger. That girl is. Linton didn't light the cigarette, shoving it back into her pocket. She walked towards the construction area.
Oi.
I think it's supposed to be a young girl, I think. The young girl squatting on the ground didn't respond. With earphones in her ears, she was staring intently at some data on the blueprint.
Oi.
Linton raised her voice. The youth was startled and jerked her head up. Long red hair tied in twin tails slit out from under the hard hat. The round face still retained a bit of baby fat, but the eyes were large and bright. The moment those eyes saw who it was, they went wide. Big sis?
やっぱりお前なのか。
It really is you. Linton crossed her arms, looking at the youth in the engineering team uniform and hard hat up and down.
リバティ、なんでこんなとこにいるんだ。
Roberti, what are you doing here? Roberti hurriedly yanked off her headphones and scrambled to her feet. Her hard hat was knocked crooked by her own movements, and she quickly straightened it. I was sent here by the school internship program. New Venice needs a large number of engineering trainees to do final inspections and debugging before the opening, so our whole class was sent.
実習だと？
Internship?
学生がどうしてこんな現場に？
Have you not graduated yet? I'm a training engineer, even though I haven't gotten any official qualifications yet. The school has a cooperative program with the purification engineering department, so we can come to the site in advance to accumulate experience. So, Linton has a main link. That's what it feels like now. As Roberti spoke, she stealthily took another half step towards Linton as if wanting to get close but afraid of being disliked. What about you, sis? Why are you in New Venice too? Are you here on a mission?
仕事だ。
Work. Don't ask. Well, Roberti obediently shut her mouth, but her eyes remained glued to Linton, a clear, undisguised adoration in her gaze, though she herself probably thought she'd hit it well. Linton noticed but didn't point it out.
姉さんは知ってるのか？
Does your mother know you came to New Venice? She knows. This is a legit school project. I get both credits and an internship certificate for it. Moreover, New Venice project is one of the most important construction projects in human history. Being able to participate in it will also be great for my future resume.
わかったわかった。
Alright, stop reciting your school's brochure. Linton waved her hand, cutting off Roberti's increasingly formal introduction. She glanced down at the tablet in Roberti's hand, which displayed a dense exterior wall panel's stress analysis report.
それわかるのか？
You can understand that? Of course I can read it. This is the area I'm responsible for. A total verification for the exterior panel fasteners in sections B3 to B7. Even though it's just a routine inspection in the final stages, if the data is off and the panel happens to fall during this open ceremony, that would be...
わかったよ。
Okay, I get it. Cool. Linton's tone sounded a bit dismissive, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly.
ん？
Do you think I'm suited for this?
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean? Roberti lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tapping the edge of the tablet 3 times, a habit she had since childhood. Linton has seen it many times. Whenever she was unsure about something, she would do this. As an engineer. Mom wants me to be an engineer, and the school also thinks I have a talent for it. But... Her voice lowered. I always feel like sitting behind a desk, staring at blueprints is not what I really want to do.
もっとその
I can't articulate it.
他に
I
何かあ
just
るような気がして
feel like there should be something else. Lentine looked at her for a while.
エンジニアの仕事がどんなものか。
I don't know what kind of job an engineer is.
お前は昔の
Your
私
grades are better than mine were,
頭も
and you're sharper than me.
だが
But I know one thing for sure. Lentine pulled a cigarette from her pocket, twirled it between her fingers, and shoved it back in.
将来エンジニアになるにしても
No matter what you choose to do in the end, whether it's being an engineer or something else,
眠れない時でも
the thing that keeps you awake and thinking in the middle of the night
それがお前の
is
や
the
るべ
thing you
き
should do.
コイントスで決めようとしてるのなら結果なんて
When you want to make a decision by flipping the coin, you don't need to wait for the result.
投げた瞬間にこうなって
The moment the coin is tossed, what comes to your mind is the answer you want.
ほらまだ仕事あるんだ
Alright,
よ
don't just stand there. Don't you have work to do? Also, I do agree with that. Whenever you flip a coin, usually you want a result out of that. So that is good advice.
パネルを落としてお偉いさんの頭でも勝ち割ってみろ
The opening ceremony is in a couple of days. Don't let a panel fall and hit some big shot because of your negligence,
そこでキャリアが終わるぞ
or your life will be ruined.
そんなヘマしないちゃんと
Of course
確
not.
認してるから
My inspections are always very careful.
ならいいさっさと行くんだ
Good. Then get to work. Go right now. Lentine turned and walked away, so decisively that she didn't even look back. Roberta stood in place, watching Lentine's retreating back. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something more, but ultimately she just puffed her cheeks and nodded forcefully.
お姉ちゃん頑張ってね
Okay. Do your best, sis. Her voice was quiet, probably not loud enough to reach Lentine's ears. But she said it anyway. Lentine has a little sister. The entire top floor of the hotel has been transformed into a miniature bureaucratic machine. The originally spacious suite has had unnecessary partitions removed. Ancha is unsure how much of this cost, and in their place, rows of temporarily assembled desks are piled high with paper files, electronic terminals, and folders marked with different security classification color codes. The air is filled with the mixed smell of printer toner and cold coffee. It is only now that Ancha realized the audit bureau has dispatched so many personnel. But having many people does not mean things are progressing smoothly. Quite the opposite. At this moment, a burning anxiety bordering on irritability permeated the office area. A stack of documents as thick as a brick was slammed onto the desk, making a dull, loud thud. The veins on the deputy representative's forehead were already clearly visible. What the fuck is this? His colleague beside him was startled and almost spilled their coffee on the terminal. What I requested from the conglomerate was the project proposal and bidding documents for the key digitization projects in the third quarter of 2071. What they sent me? Over 600 pages of the 2071 year-round new Venice fully automated digital greening project. I asked them why they didn't send over the water controls for the street trees while they were at it. They told me it was on page 402. At the other end of the corridor, the representative looked up from a terminal. Her expression wasn't as overt as the vice representative's, but the coldness hidden in her eyes was more unsettling than anger. Did you tell your contact? I did. That Mr. Kun is very polite. She told me the conglomerate's archive system is undergoing maintenance and upgrades, and because the conglomerate has too many projects running, there might be some classification discrepancies when retrieving certain documents. She also suggested that I either patiently wait for the corrected version or look through the complete data set myself. This is already the third time! The conglomerate clearly knows what we mean by key projects, yet they keep finding a reason to keep stalling us. If this drags on any longer, who knows what they'll end up pulling out. They could call any project a digital project as long as half a programmer was involved in it. The representative didn't reply, simply rubbing her temples. Over a dozen windows were open on the terminal in front of her, each corresponding to an ongoing research project, and at least half of them were marked as "to be supplemented" tag. The construction of the new Venice spanned several years, involving funding chains, subcontracting tiers, and a number of associated entities that far exceeded any conventional project. This in of itself was a maze so massive that it was headache-inducing. And Zimmerman, or more accurately, the conglomerate's liaison team under Zimmerman's command, was exceptionally adept at making this maze even more complicated. I long heard that the legal teams of these conglomerates are top tier. It seems they truly live up to their reputation. They didn't refuse to provide any materials. Legally speaking, their actions weren't impeccable. But at least it was hard to find any leverage against them. It's just that there was a constant stream of misdelivered documents, electronically incompatible data, and classified files needing extra approval. Despite the endless troubles, the audit team ultimately managed to get what they wanted. Maybe she should report to her superiors and protest the remaining stalling. She didn't need to do that because this team of theirs was not to be trifled with. Even in a suffocating work environment, these auditors were still advancing the front lines inch by inch. Keep all the record documents sent by conglomerate, and create a cross-reference list by date and request numbers. Every delay must be documented separately. Already done! The deputy representative glanced at the representative, then silently opened a new document. On the other side, several auditors were gathered around a terminal, comparing two electronic statements. Ha! You don't get a model! The generation timestamps of the two timestamps are inconsistent. The version of Financial Conglomerate gave us 47 hours later than the original version recorded in their internal system logs. 47 hours enough to modify a lot of things. Export the differences between the two versions. Everyone get ready. Reporting all-nighter begin tonight. In a chaotic torrent of documents, the auditors were like gold panners, continuously sifting truly valuable gold nuggets out of the sand and mud. Every clue was very thin and fragmented, but in their hands, gradually a giant net was weaving into shape. Ancha sat at the most inconspicuous corner desk deep within the office area. Spread out in front of her were not the dry financial statements the audit team was grinding away at, but a completely clean desktop. Ancha actually felt quite grateful for this in her heart. Most of the colleagues working here probably didn't know the details of the firefight on the highway that day, nor did they know her true identity as the Moscow commissioner. But everyone who can enter the audit bureau is smart. Smart people know best what it means to play dumb regarding Ancha's occasional half-day disappearances from her workstation. The watch team tactfully maintained a collective blindness, and no one ever asked any questions. The audit bureau obviously holds some core intelligence that I don't know about, They don't completely trust me.
もしアンキューレの話が本当なら、彼らが追っている
If Anjali's words were
あの
true,
電子ウイルスのはず。
then the anomalous project that this group of elites is really battling against is very likely that electronic virus.
そのチップは今、
I am holding this chip in my hand right now, but if I hand this over directly to the as final evidence, once the audit bureau's mission is declared complete, they might immediately withdraw from New Venice, losing this layer of official surface pressure. The isolated AK-12 would truly have no way out.
それは避けなければならない。
Absolutely not.
装置の正体も不明な
The
まま
background of that unknown device hasn't been investigated clearly
突
yet.
破口を求めているのに
Since the audit office is in dire need of a breakthrough right now, I'll give them some direction. Anshis stood up and walked straight over to the audit representative's desk. A slightly crumpled paper document was pressed with moderate force onto the representative's desk, which was piled high with electronic screens.
表の帳簿に隙がないなら
Since the accounting ciphers are watertight, we might as well check the underlying logistics.
これは
What's this?
頂上列車進駐軍
Top secret escort records from the frontline fortress of the Great Wall Railway Defense
深
Forces.
夜に帳簿にな
They
る
once mobilized in the middle of the night to escort a batch of goods that completely didn't exist on the conglomerate's puppet ledgers. The audit representative's pupils shrank suddenly. She looked down at the record, skimming it rapidly, just as she was about to pick it up. Anja placed her hand on top of it.
いい着眼点ね。見返り
It's
は
a
ない
good focal point. What do you want in exchange?
この記録をそちらのシステムで解析し
Enter this escort record into your system. Analyze it as quickly as
現場
possible
の確認に
and send it to me. I'll go verify on site.
どのくらいかかりますか
How long will that take?
2時間よ。
2 hours?
遅すぎます
Too slow.
その演算力であ
With
れ
your computational power,
15分で十
it's
分
definitely faster than that. Send it to me in 15 minutes.
それから財団の
Not
合
only
計文
that,
書をすべて
but I also
閲覧
want all the
できる
financial conglomerates declassified files
伏せてい
you
る
have on
任務
hand.
も含め
Give me
臨時
temporary
で最
maximum
高権
clearance,
限の付与をお願いし
including
ま
that
す
mission you intentionally hid from me. The audit representative narrowed her non-existent eyes.
あなたに隠してる任務なんてない。
There is a mission you virtually didn't know about. Anja didn't back down. Her hand still firmly pressed against the edge of the escort record, preventing the other party from completely snatching it away.
20分待ちますその
I will wait at my desk for
今
20
言った
minutes.
内容を全部用
After
意してくだ
20
さい
minutes, I want to see everything I just asked for.
その後現場で確認
After that, I will go to the site to verify it,
情報は共有し
and I will sync everything I find back to you. Their gazes flashed silently in the air. A few seconds later, the audit representative nodded.
いいわ。
The representative gave in very quickly, just as Anja had anticipated. StateSec must have granted them the authority to exchange intelligence with her from the very beginning. She simply needed 2 chips to exchange, and she herself could provide those chips. Anja's fingers lifted at the same time, and the record was quickly snatched away by the representative. Without any extra nonsense, the audit representative distributed the documents to everyone in the core group as quickly as possible. As soon as Anja returned to her desk, her covert terminal let out a crisp chime. The screen began to flash rapidly, and high-level decrypted files shared from the audit office internal network popped up one after another. Anja opened her terminal, and sure enough, a hidden folder she had never had access to before revealed itself. It was an encrypted folder named Coordinates.
コーディネッツ
According to the underlying notes in the folder, this name originates from a god-slaying sword in Slavic mythology. The folder noted that the time the audit office intercepted this code name was recently, but piecing together fragmented data revealed that the conglomerate's development cycle for this Coordinates had actually been ongoing for years. There was almost no specific parameter information about the sword in the file. The file mostly just speculated that this might be a removal program developed by the conglomerate to target some kind of system.
コデネッツ
Floodnets?
あのウイルスの名前
Is the name of that...
それ
Is this the name of that virus?
この装置のこと
Or is it referring to this unknown device in my hand?
この装置の正体はまだ不
The
明だ
specific function of this device
この
is
まま
still
監査に追
unknown.
わせればいい
I can't let the audit office continue investigating in this direction.
どちらにせよ先に手がかりをつかめば
Regardless of which
12を助け出せ
of these two ultimately turn out to be Claudinets. As long as I find the clues as soon as possible, I might be able to rescue 12 in the fastest way possible. The terminal beeped again. This time it was analysis of that record escort. The efficiency with which these audit police found loopholes exceeded even her estimations.
見せてもらおう
Let's see, what is something that the conglomerate is trying to hide? Anja noticed a dispatch log for the new Venice port on a certain day. Within that specific time frame, a total of 17 sea transport records were generated in the system. Filter elements, chemical reagents, piping components, these are all items required for the daily operations of New Venice, and their quantities and frequencies were within a reasonable range. But switching perspective to the route logs reveals slight discrepancies. Ultimately, her gaze stopped on the 13th record. Record number that. Cargo type, environmental monitoring equipment. Sender, Foppen Group Technology R&D Department. Receiver, New Venice City Purification Engineering Technical Support Section 9. Transport method, coastal dedicated line. Remarked, classified equipment. Authorized personnel only.
これは
What is this? She clicked open the attachments, transport approval documents, custom clearance records, received signatures. The entire set of paperwork was complete. Every step bore the seal of a corresponding department, and all signatures were confirmed to be correct. It seemed this was completely compliant, unquestionable material transport. A batch of precision environmental monitoring equipment departed from the Foppen Group R&D department, transported via the coastal dedicated line of New Venice, and delivered to the Purification Engineering Technical Support section. There are no issues whatsoever. Anja leaned back in her chair, her fingers lightly tapping on the desk unconsciously.
浄化事業技術報酬
Purification Engineering Technical Support Section 9. She got back up, accessed the audit office database, and pulled up all the organization's charges for the Purification Engineering personnel. Unlike other sections in the same department, this section only had a staff of 3, and the signature of its person in charge hadn't appeared in any other documents. A department which, with only 3 people, signed for a batch of suspicious classified equipment.
この授業サインの名前
The name of the receipt signature. She zoomed in on the signature and compared it with the new Venice personnel database that the audit squad had already established. The result was no result. The signee name does not exist in any public personnel file.
見つけた
Found you. Anja downloaded all attachments from this record onto your personal terminal. Then she pulled up the underground pipe network map of New Venice. The blueprint was obtained by the audit team during the engineering quantity verification, and its personnel was enough to show the main passage directions of the underground pipe network. The delivery address of this batch of cargo is marked on an auxiliary facility of the Purification Engineering in the northeast district of New Venice. But according to the underground pipeline map, the subterranean level at that location is much deeper than a normal auxiliary facility should be.
図面では地下
The
2
map
階
only
あ
slowed down for the second basement level,
配管の分布
but the direction of the piping network showed that there was at least a deeper structure. It wasn't reflected on the blueprints. Anja turned off the terminal screen. She picked up the coat hanging on the back of her chair. The audit representative happened to walk briskly past at that moment, and the two exchanged an extremely brief glance.
アンティア、今夜は海風が冷えるわ。
Miss Anja, the sea breeze in the New Venice will be very cold tonight. Please be careful.
お気遣い
Thank you for your concern, Representative. No unnecessary pleasantries. What followed was a tacit understanding between the two. The Audit Bureau continued to apply pressure openly, while Anja completed her own mission. Anja walked into her room at the end of the corridor and took out that suitcase from the hidden compartment under the bed. Gun, magazine, communicator, miniature lighting equipment, and the two things in her pocket, the Rubik's Cube and that unknown device. This time, Anja took off her suit and changed into the more familiar tactical gear. She went to the bathroom and pushed open the window facing the shaded alley. This time, she didn't hesitate.
やっぱり私たちに正門は似合わないもん
It seems really on to taking the front door after all. And 12. The edge of the windowsill flashed past beneath her fingertips, and a night wind filled her sleeves. The night of New Venice enveloped her, the distant lights twinkling in the darkness. She took a step forward. Okay. So... This is who they're talking about. So, in Ghost Frontline 1, she was pronounced Narcissus. Sometimes the name does come up as Narcissus. So, it really depends, but that's very close to how she looks. Petite, white hair. Sounds kind of psycho. Yeah, I can see that being the one from Ghost Frontline 1. City of New Venice, nighttime. Do we still need to call her Anja? Anja headed all the way down to the maintenance passage, connecting the surface to the underground at the edge of New Venice. And what she sees also shocks her to the core. New Venice is a city built on the sea. Ancha has seen its engineering blueprints in the audit materials, at least the public portion. The upper part of the city consists of residential areas, commercial areas, and administrative areas serving at its glamorous facade. And the lower part of the infrastructure that supports all this operation, the power supply system, the drainage system, and logistics channels, supporting such a city's existence on the sea is no simple feat. And now Ancha realized that there was likely something here that had also been omitted from the engineering blueprints, the true purification system. Not the purification tower standing above the city, but exactly as they advertise, a purification system traveling the seawater, which is exactly the purpose behind the city being built on the sea. It was only when she stepped into this area herself that she realized that the parts omitted from the blueprints were far more massive than she had imagined. At the end of the maintenance passage was a half-open industrial gate. Ancha squeezed through the gap in the gate without hesitation. And behind the gate...
これは一体
What? She stopped in her tracks. The space in front of her suddenly opened up, so massive that it gave her a momentary sense of vertigo. It was a massive, almost inconceivably huge underground space. If New Venice was compared to an iceberg, then everything Ancha had seen prior was merely a white tip floating on the surface of the sea. Countless thick pipes converged from all directions, like the blood vessels of some giant beast, intersecting, branching, and reconverging in the center of the space. The liquid flowing in the pipes let out a low roar. The sound didn't come from any single direction, rather it surged simultaneously from below, above, and all around, forming a continuous, low-frequency tremor that almost made one's bones resonate. It was seawater. Ancha smelled it, not the processed, clean scent of the sea breeze from above ground in New Venice, but the natural, primitive, unpurified, true scent of seawater, carrying a salty fishiness and an indescribable pungent smell. Just like the one she smelled that day at the Great Wall Railway Station. She saw the direction the seawater was flowing. It poured in from the giant outer intake, passing through layer after layer of filtration devices, each so massive it resembled a small building, and was then transported to the central core processing area. There, the treated water flow split into two streams. One was discharged back into the sea, its color visibly much clearer than when it entered. The other was pumped upwards through another set of pipes to supply New Venice daily water usage. This was the heart of New Venice's purification system, the true meaning of New Venice's existence. When 10, 100, or even more cities like this spread across the Adriatic Sea, purifying the ocean would no longer be just empty words.
なるほど。この町は
This city is indeed doing what it promised. But Ancha didn't linger on this sentiment for much longer, because she saw something else. On the periphery of the purification system core area, there was a section entirely cordoned off by metal partitions. The style of that area was completely different from the surrounding purification facilities. While the pipes and devices of the purification system were massive, the arrangement followed clear engineering logic, and the direction of every pipe was traceable. But that cordoned off area felt like a foreign object forcibly embedded into it. The material of the partitions was not the industry standard steel used in a purification system, but a much heavier explosion-proof alloy that Ancha had seen in military facilities.
これは浄化システムの一部じゃない。
This is not the part of purification system. Ancha adjusted her position, changing the angle in an attempt to see the situation inside through the gaps between the partitions.
見つけた。
Found it! In the center of the area enclosed the partition boards sits a large piece of equipment. Ancha couldn't judge its complete shape because most of the equipment surface was covered by a large gray tarp, revealing only a small section of its base and a few set of thick cables at the bottom. This is the thing. Ancha didn't step forward immediately. In the center of the partition, it wasn't just the equipment that was there, but also people. Several armed personnel stood around the equipment. They wore dark uniforms, masks on their heads, and were fully armed. Judging from the attire, they were obviously not the new city's security personnel. New Venice security wore light gray uniforms and were only equipped with light riot gear. These people, the gear they are carrying is all special ops grade. Moreover,
制服にも武器にも
rhino numbers are insignias on the uniforms and weapons,
まるで
just like the people who
あの
attacked
日
me
私
that
を襲
day.
った連中と同じだ。
She took a small device removed from the escort vehicle's chassis from her pocket and flipped it over her fingertips. A dark gray matte casing, a bent antenna, special port specifications. The difference in volume is quite obvious. As for the rest, she's afraid she'll only be able to compare them getting closer. Moreover, even if there truly is no connection between the two, such a suspicious situation makes an investigation unavoidable.
3小隊計
3
中
squads, 12 people. She put the device back into her pocket and gripped her gun tightly.
始めよう。
Bring it on. Thanks, boy. As the last guard fell, the briefly ringing gunshots were also swallowed by the roar of the turbine pumps. Ancha stood before the massive device covered by the tarp, the barrel of her gun still radiating residual heat.
これは何？
What in the world is this? Ancha muttered to herself and took out that small device again. Looking closer, she could be even more certain that there should be no connection between the two. Perhaps she followed the wrong clue, but the question is, what is this thing in front of her? The dark gray tarpaulin gave off a dull sheen under the industrial lighting. There were no markings on the fabric. And just as Ancha put her gun away, reached out, grabbed the corner of the tarpaulin, and prepared to lift it, mixed amidst the roaring sound of the water pumps, a strange noise entered her ears. That sound was extremely faint, like a mosquito brushing past her ear.
ドローン。
A drone? Following the sound, Ancha gaze suddenly shifted upward. A fluttering hummingbird was hovering right above the pipeline. Before Ancha had time to react, a violent tremor came from the metal platform beneath her feet. The sound of neatly synchronized military boots hitting the ground echoes constantly among the pipelines, and very quickly her escape route was completely blocked off.
もうバレたの。
We got here fast. Was their whereabouts exposed? When? when she entered the underground, when she attacked the guard, or even earlier when was there surveillance she hadn't noticed right from the start? Ancha tightened her gun on her grip, but didn't raise it. Unlike the guards lying on the ground, the soldiers for her were well trained, with tight formations, and more importantly, they all clearly wore insignias. It was a new Venice guard. So stupid. So stupid. I'm barely stupid. And at the very front of this unit, a delicate doll slowly paced out. She wore a dress that looked completely out of place here, covered by a sharp trench coat. Even in a dim environment, she was holding a real physical paper book in her hands, with a bookmark made of dried flowers tucked between the pages. I checked the personnel files of the new Venice Guard, but it seems I haven't seen someone like you around before. Because I wasn't from the Guard to begin with. Besides, what does this have to do with you? Why are you the one interrogating me? Narcissus frowned, closed the book in her hands, and tucked it under her arm. Miss Ancha of the audit office? You should worry about yourself. Who are you? Me? Just think of me as the security guard here. As for my name, I'm called Narcissus right now. Narcissus? Right. They say it suits me, though I don't know why. No, don't change the subject. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the guards lying on the ground behind Ancha. Well, although I think it's meaningless. But do you have anything to say in your defense? I didn't hurt them. I just wanted to figure out what exactly is hidden here. Whether you hurt them or not has nothing to do with me. If it were me, they wouldn't be this intact. I mean, it's pretty arrogant of you to trespass in the place I'm guarding. Oh, wow, okay. Look at that glow there. She's fucking ready to go. A somewhat crazed smile that was highly mismatched with her image appeared in Narcissus' lips. This is a restricted area. Even if you're from the Audit Bureau, you're not allowed to enter without permission. Hey, recite it to her. Yes, according to Article 3, Chapter 1 of the New Venice Security Regulations. The New Venice verification system is a core national defense level asset. Any unauthorized intrusion is equivalent to an attack on a national defense facility. That's pretty much it. You have no entry permit, no authorization documents. Entering a classified area in the dead of night, carrying weapons, and even committing acts of violence. Be good and surrender. Don't make me do it myself. I can't be bothered. Narcissus' gaze lingered on Ancha for a beat. Seeing that word a lot, beats. In that beat of time, Ancha felt an extremely subtle pressure. Not from the 30 soldiers around her, but from the woman holding the book in front of her herself. If you insist on forcing my hand, this won't end well. Ancha also looked at Narcissus, her expression completely unwavering. Miss Narcissus, before you arrest me, I have a question I'd like you to answer. Seeming so surprised by Ancha's reaction, Narcissus pauses for a moment. I indeed do not have access permission for this area. I won't deny that. But Ancha turned sideways, her gaze falling upon the large equipment covered by the tarp behind her.
この設備の搬入室記録による
The import records for this equipment shows that the receiving party of is Purification and Engineering Technical Support Section 9.
公開されている名簿
However, this department has only 3 people in the public personnel structure,
しかも
and the recipient's name does not exist in any personnel file.
このような設備が立ち
And
入
now,
り禁止エ
it
リア
is hidden in this restricted area you
所属不
mentioned,
明の武装
guarded by a group of armed personnel without any identifying marks.
私は監査局の者だ
As you mentioned yourself, I am a member of the Audit Bureau.
建設プロジェクトに関
So
連
it is
す
my
る
duty
全
to
ての
investigate and
監視
audit the full cycle of financial
予算の
revenue
審査責任がある
and expenditure of New Venice construction project, as well as the procurement, transport, and storage of classified equipment.
この設備は何だ
Therefore, my question is, what exactly is this equipment? Has its existence gone through compliance approval?
もし合法な手続き
If everything was legal and compliant,
なぜ
why
それ
did you
を
treat it
隠
this
そう
way?
とする
Narcissa scratched her cheek.
わからないわ
Nope.
わからないで済むような話じゃないと思う
I'm afraid just saying no won't solve the problem.
だってわからないんだもん
But I really don't know.
私には関係のないことだし
This isn't under my jurisdiction.
そういうのも知ってる
If
や
you
つ
want to
に聞いて
investigate,
ちょうだい
lots of people who know and go through the procedures you need to go through.
私はただ
All I know is... She took a step forward.
あんたを捕まえに来ただけ
Your investigation methods are definitely against the rules. I never received any application anyway.
どのみちそのやり方は非合法だしこっちに申
Then
請
arresting
書
you
が
right now is my duty.
さっきの質問も
As for those
私に
questions you
聞いても
asked,
しょうがないことだわ
go ask someone else. What does it have to do with me? Seeming somewhat irritated, Narcissus waved her hand dismissively, looking impatient.
だからとにかく今
Now, anyway, you just... And right at that moment,
お待ちください
hold on. From the maintenance passage on the left, another set of footsteps echoed. Equally hurried, equally orderly, and equally involuble. The passage had originally felt a bit spacious, but now it seemed somewhat crowded.
はあ
A strong beam of light shoots in from the passage entrance, illuminating half of the partitioned area.
皆さんお疲れ様です
Good evening, Miss Narcissus. Miss Ancha? Angeli's figure emerges from behind the light source. Her signature long silver hair lost its softness under the intentional lighting, becoming a cold, sharp blade. Over 20 cutter soldiers fall behind her, fully armed and tightly formed, quickly occupying the surrounding positions that hadn't been covered by the garrisons yet. In this delicate standoff, Ancha just happened to be standing right in the middle.
どうやら間に合ったようですね
It seems I didn't arrive too late. Angeli's voice was calm and steady. Her gaze first swept over the guards Ancha had knocked out on the ground before landing on Narcissus.
水仙さん
Miss Narcissus, long time no see.
またあんた
It's you again, you pretentious girl. Narcissus tilted her head, a rather dissatisfied expression on her face.
何をしに来たの
And what are you here for?
ニューベネツィア市内にて戦闘
A military-grade
が発見され
firefight
ました
incident occurred in New
軍の指
Venice.
揮官として介入しただけです
As the garrison commander, I naturally had the right to intervene and investigate.
戦闘行為
Military-grade crossfire?
何の話
What are you talking about?
事件の性質は調査で決まります
How an incident level is classified depends on the nature of the conflict.
ただ
Since this matter involves the New Venice garrison and members of the Central Audit Bureau, as a member of the military, I have obligation and necessity to intervene.
そんな義務聞いたことないんだけど
I don't see the obligation or necessity.
この件はまだ
Besides,
報告すらして
I haven't
いない
even reported it yet.
なんでもうここに
How
来
do
て
you?
いるの
How does she know something happened here?
それはあなたが心配することではありません
That is the concern, Miss Narcissus.
この場は一
The main point right now is... Angeli's gaze shifted to Ancha.
旦アンティアさんの身柄を
軍に引き渡すことをお勧め
I suggest that Ms. Ancha be handed over to the colored forces to deal with.
アンティアさんは
Admittedly, her act of trespassing into a classified area ought to be investigated. But as a member of the Audit Bureau,
立ち入り禁止エリア
initiating
無許可侵入
investigation into her personally should also be carried out by a military unit with a legal
それは正規の
establishment.
軍事組織によって行われるべきものかと
正規軍じゃない警備団じゃダメって
Instead of us off the book garrison troops,
そういうことです
admittedly. My sisters pondered thoughtfully for a moment.
断るわ
I refuse.
ここは機密エリアで
This is a classified area for the creation project. It's under my jurisdiction in the first place.
だから彼女の身柄も
She naturally counts as well.
あんたも一応そこそこの立場にあるらしいけど私があんたの言うことに従う義理はない
Although it seems you really are a big shot, I haven't heard that I have to take orders from you.
軍の仕事はあくまでも都市の防衛こういう
You're only responsible for the city's defense. This sort of thing falls on such a jurisdiction, doesn't it?
違う
Right?
はいこういった事案は我々警備団の関係
Yeah, this is undoubtedly the duty of the garrison regiment.
ということよ
You heard him. Moreover, her gaze slowly shifted from Ancha's face and landed on... Hold on. Angeli's face and landed on Ancha.
こいつのことをチマーマン主席によろしく頼まれているんだもん
Mr. Zimmerman said this girl needs special care. Angeli's expression did not change.
警備団の立場は尊重します
I respect your authority, Miss Narcissus.
しかし水仙さん
But I must still remind you that right now is a sensitive juncture as the opening ceremony approaches.
ここで監査局の者を
If your side were to detain an audit bureau official at this moment, I'm afraid it would have adverse consequences.
それと私に何の関係が
And what does that have to do with me?
あんただってそう
You're no different from this girl. You're both talking about things that have nothing to do with me.
設備とか影響とか全部どうでもいいわ
I don't care at all. Whatever this device is, or whether its impact is good or bad, none of it concerns me.
こいつは私の縄張りに
This girl trespassed on my territory, so I'm gonna lock her up.
あんたは何かの権限を
It seems the Master gave you clearance otherwise. Narcissus grinned again.
そうじゃなければ
You can't
あ
escape
んた
either.
も同じ目に合わせてたわ
なるほどわかります
So that's how it is. I understand.
ここは一旦引き下がりましょ
I
う
understand your position.
どうも
Thank you.
ただ彼女の
I
処
had to
分に
receive
つ
a
いて
written notification regarding her detention status within 24 hours.
書面による報告書の共有をお願いしますもし
If she receives any non-compliant treatment during her detention,
そんなことは警備団の誰かが
don't come to me
やっ
with
てくれる
those
わ
complicated matters. There are other people in the guard who will handle it. She turned around and walked towards Ancha. While Narcissus and Angeli were facing off, Ancha had remained silent the whole time.
まだ何か言いたいことはあるの
Do you have anything else you want to say?
ない
No. Ancha handed over the gun in her hand. A soldier stepped forward and confiscated her weapons, comms equipment, that small device, and the chip hidden on her body entirely.
これは何
What's this? Ancha's heart leapt into her throat, but Narcissus didn't show any curiosity about the chip. Instead, she picked up the remains of the device, looked at it curiously, and then put it in her mouth and bit it. Blech. She casually tossed it into the evidence bag. The sound of the magnetic handcuffs snapping shut was exceptionally crisp in the quietest space.
どうでもいいわ
Whatever.
どう
Just
せ
pack it
後
up.
で返さないといけ
Try
ない
to
し
give it back to her when she gets out of prison. She turned sideways and made a gesture to the soldiers behind her.
連れて行きなさい
Take her away. Ancha was escorted upwards along the maintenance corridor. She did not look back. But as the footsteps gradually faded away, she took one last look at Anjali from the corner of her eye. Anjali remained where she stood, surrounded by the soldiers of the leaf cutters, facing the direction Anja just left. She saw Anjali's lips moving slightly. Wait for me.
通りすがりの人形よ。覚えておいて。
It's around that time. (2064) Berlin, Germany, Avernus.
任せましたよ。これだ。
I'll leave it to you, Koleda.
今から彼女はあなたた
Take
ち
good care
の
of
も
her
のです。
now. She is yours.
わかった。
Understood. The rustling of the gauze dress was fine and grating.
これで安心できました。
Now you can all rest easy, right?
あなた、まさか
Do
そ
you
れで
think
許されると思っている。
This can be forgiven?
幸い、私
Fortunately,
に許される必
I
要
don't
は。
need to be forgiven. AK-12 looked calmly at that face.
アンジェ、
The black needle passed through her body, walking towards the four-sided enclosed glass room behind her. Like a bamboo cage imprisoning a canary. She spaced out for a moment, and then stopped in place, seemingly a bit lost. Thanks, Dylan. By the time she turned around, the black needle had already entered the glass room, helping this scarred and dying woman up.
はじめまして。私はコレだ。
Hello,
今
I'm
日からあな
Koleda.
たの世話をす
From
る。
today on, I'll be looking after your daily life.
今までのゴリラネイトは
Where's that violent maniac needle from before?
彼女には他の予定があ
She
る。
has other work arrangements. The black needle uncharacteristically averted her gaze. The woman lowered her bruised eyelids, a faint, almost imperceptible smile of contempt floating on her lips.
好きにしろ。
None taken.
薬を取り替えてあげる。
Let me help you change your dressing first. AK-12 watched the two people who were so close, so even crouched down, watching as the black needle clumsily squeezed out some ointment, gently and carefully applied it to the wounds on the woman's body. Her movements were so gentle, as if she were touching not a battle-hardened warrior, but a fragile porcelain doll.
では、お先に失礼。
Then, I will take my leave now.
待ちなさい。
Hang on.
あなたは
Who exactly are you?
アンジェ、
あなたは
You are.
私はこれだよ。
I'm Koleda.
アン
On.
ジェ、
The image froze once again. The edge of level 2 was the first to notice an anomaly. The floating data stream suddenly stalled for half a beat, then rippled with fine waves. Friday's figure emerged from behind the frozen memory images. Compared to last they met on level 2, her condition had deteriorated quite a bit. The outline below her left shoulder had completely blurred, like a photo-negative nod by something, leaving only constantly flashing pixels trying to piece back their original shape. The cracks on her face spread from her temple to the other side of her jaw, and every few seconds, a dark red pulse light surged along the fissures. And her right fingertips had now completely turned into a string of floating garbled characters, rotating slowly in the air, barely maintaining the outline of fingers.
どうかしましたか AK-12
What's wrong, AK-12?
何を狙っているの
What exactly are your motives?
何のことですか
I don't understand.
記憶の解凍に時間がかか
The
る
memory decompression process is very long. That's within my understanding.
ウイルスを除去する
During your process of clearing the
デー
virus,
タのかけらが
this kind of
倒れ
data
るのは
fragment
わかるけど
overflow occurs, which is also quite reasonable.
なんで毎回
However, it's always this kind of scene that happens to show up.
偶然ってことはない
Could it be a coincidence?
それがあなたにとって
I
の
think
大事な
perhaps
記
it is
憶だから
because
で
these
しょう
memories are the most precious to you.
記憶を失う前に
Perhaps from
何度も
before you
繰り返
lost
し
your memory,
再生していた
you
のかと
repeatedly
思われ
replayed
ま
them
す
too, which is why they are most likely
こ
to
のよう
appear
な
in this
形に
form.
なったのでしょうそういうことにしておくわ
I'll let that pass.
ずっとこの記憶を繰り返していた原因もある程度推
As for the reason you
測で
repeatedly
き
savored this segment of memory, it's not hard to fathom.
ますこの人はアンジェリア
This is Angelia.
かつての
The
反
former
逆
commander of the
小隊の
Phi.
指揮官であり
She used to be your
あなた
superior and
た
led
ちと
you.
一緒に分かっているわ
I know. AK-12 interrupted Friday's mechanical introduction.
分かっている
I know. Friday said no more, simply waiting quietly by the silent AK-12's side. In this brief silence, a small patch of pixels on her right shoulder shattered once again, before slowly and arduously piecing themselves back together.
この黒いのなんか知っているような感じ
This
がする
black one is giving off a rather familiar aura.
私
I should recognize her, shouldn't
知っ
I?
ているその質問がすでに答え
You're asking the question to which you already know the answer.
これはあの襲撃の後の
Did this happen after that attack?
そこで私のコ
He
ア
told me that my core was
誰
taken
かに
away.
持っていかれたんだっけそして挙句の
And the result is being stuffed into this
こ
kind
んな
of
も
thing.
のの中に入れられたの状況的に
Considering the occasion, I'm afraid it's indeed the only appropriate choice.
そう
And then, you just let me watch like this?
それで私はずっと見ていただけと自分の指揮官が倒れて
Watching my commander fall there,
何もで
yet
きず
being
に
powerless
た
to
だ
do
見ていた
anything?
だけとそれはあなたのせいではありま
That's
せ
not
ん
your fault.
あなたは
You have done
で
everything
き
you
る限
could.
りのことをしましたそんなことないわ
I haven't. AK-12 cleanly raised her gun and shot at the phantom before her. The space of memories began to collapse, returning once again to a sea of darkness. The data streams of level 2 flowed lifelessly, just as she truly had no emotional fluctuations right now.
絶対
I definitely
そんなこと
didn't.
ない
Friday didn't respond immediately. Her right hand, barely cobbled together from garbled characters, clenched slightly. A few characters shattered into motes of light from this action before condensing once more.
AN94 がトラブルに巻き込まれたようです
94 is in
対
trouble.
策を取りますか
Do you want to take corresponding action?
もちろん何とかするわよ
Of course I'll find a way. Without me, who knows what would happen to her?
記憶がまだ戻ってないんだ
Although the memories of what I've experienced with her haven't returned yet, the moment I saw her, I knew I would definitely like her.
そういう直感もあるのか
I
しら
guess you can call it intuition. However,
面白いわ
it's indeed very interesting.
それにしても
Even though I can figure out why she would suddenly appear in a place like that.
私を探すだけならチップを手に
If she simply came to find me,
ニューベネツィ
she should have tried to leave New Venice after getting the chip.
解読せずにそのまま
The instructions I left were clear enough. Don't read it. Just take it and leave as soon as possible.
なんで私はそんな
You see, I trust her. Why would I trust someone who can't understand orders?
答えは簡単です
Obviously, AK-12.
あなたの素体を
Because they couldn't find your destroyed frame.
財団と同じく
The conglomerate knows the fact that you still survive. And she knows it too.
まったくそれでも
Seriously, even so, as long as she leaves with the chip,
財団もいつ
The conglomerate's intention was shift sooner or later, and it won't be too hard for me to slip away then.
自力で離脱できるわ。そんなことも想定できないなんて。
It's hard to imagine she wouldn't even think of something like that.
いいよ。もし想定
Going out of her way to a place like that in this kind of situation, unless
あなたも把握していない
she found some clues that even you don't understand yet, and which cannot be ignored.
あの子らしいわね。
That's just like something she would do.
それで問題はやはり
The problem now is she was intercepted during an investigation.
チップも
In that case, it's highly likely that the chip also fell into enemy hands.
そんな大事なものを
I think she was securing such an important thing with her.
持ち歩かずにいるとも思えませんので
AK-12 didn't answer immediately. She turned her head and glanced at Friday.
心配ないわ。
No need to worry.
アンティアを拘束しているの
The
は
ones currently holding Ancha are new Phoenix garrison troops.
仮に財団に内通
Even if they have the conglomerate's eyes and ears among them, I don't believe those cunning Vipers would feel at ease letting outsiders know about the chip.
きっと自分たちで取りに行こうとする。
They'll only try to find a way to retrieve it
その
themselves.
前に取り返せばいい。
I just had to beat them to it.
であれば
And besides, AK-12's tone suddenly became light and airy, as if she were talking about something trivial matter.
大体わかったわ。
I think I know what I want to do now. Friday's gaze lingered on AK-12's face for a moment. On that crack-covered face, an extremely brief, fleeting smile emerged.
Yes, my lady.
As you command, my lady. She gave a slight bow, and the moment she leaned over, one side of her body disintegrated once again, like shattered glass blown by the wind. This time it took much longer for them to piece back together. But Friday still didn't even glance at her. AK-12 watched Friday's back dissipate into the void. She didn't turn around silently, her gaze facing those two stalled people once again.
アンジェリア。
AK-12 slowly approached them and crouched down until her body perfectly overlapped with Kaleda's image. That woman named Angelia was right before her eyes. This image exists based in her memory. Those things that she didn't pay much attention to at the time, places where she didn't maintain focus, weren't recorded very clearly in her computer. But that face?
よく見えているわね。
So very clear.
目に焼き付いたのかしら。
You're looking really serious. She reached out her hand, but all she touched was emptiness. They have not fully came back, is the thing. They're in the process of being recovered. Hold on. Yeah. There we go. Was the commander? On the Elmo. He was told to stay back for this one. Orlog Financial Conglomerate Branch, top floor. Special Rep Office. The Zimmerman sat at a large mahogany desk, quickly reviewing a physical document with a pen in one hand. On the desk, a black, somewhat retro landline terminal glowed with a green light, and Agatha's clear, steady voice came through the speaker.
では事
Well then, representing the Zimmerman, regarding the VIP seats for the ribbon cutting ceremony, I have adjusted the conglomerate seats to the core area of the viewing stand as you requested. As for the members of the audit team, aside from Miss Ancha's absence, the rest of the members are confirmed to attend. The tip of Zimmerman's pen made a short, heavy stroke on the paper. They continued writing as usual without a hint of fluctuation in his expression. Thank you for your thoughtful arrangements, Miss Agatha. However, hearing you specifically mention Miss Ancha, is this young lady feeling unwell? Or could it be that our new fitness hospitality was somehow lacking? You still don't know? I just received the security department's briefing. It seems Miss Ancha had a small physical misunderstanding with our patrol units in some restricted areas. Given that her duty involves Moscow, to prevent the situation from escalating, the security department had currently placed her under protective detention. Oh, I see. I was just saying that Miss Ancha looked full of vitality. I didn't expect the curiosity of young people is indeed a bit vigorous. After all, the opening ceremony is imminent, and at this crucial juncture, it is all the more necessary to carefully handle the relationships between all parties. The sentiments over in Moscow still require the purification engineering side to take extra care to pacify. Please, Mr. Sheriff Representative. Although New Venice Security's team is not within Councillor Meade's purview, under the overarching premise of ensuring the smooth running of the opening ceremony, no one really wants to be the spoiler. I have already reported the situation to Councillor Meade. When he returns to New Venice, this misunderstanding will naturally have an appropriate conclusion. With your words, I am relieved. I hope the storm will calm down soon as possible. After all, what we need is applause, not more noise, isn't it? Naturally. Thank you for your hard work, Chief. I wish you a pleasant evening. See you tomorrow. The call disconnected, and that green indicator light instantly went out. Zimmerman put down the electronic pen in his hand, the barrel making a crisp clack sound against the desk. Hey, babe. Your Excellency. You heard it all. This Miss Agatha really isn't well informed. Or it could be that she's just pretending to only have just found out. Exactly how much did she find out? I checked, Your Excellency. The scene was locked down in a fairly timely manner. When our partners arrived, the outer protection of that batch of goods hadn't been completely uncovered. At least judging from the traces, none of the people present at the time really saw clearly what was inside. In addition, Ms. Ancha's personnel terminal was destroyed at that scene, and no records of instant uploads or external transmissions were found. However, exactly how she saw, guessed, or investigated is still impossible to fully determine at present. If you wish, I can immediately issue some orders to the people over at the guard. There's no need. Zimmerman directly vetoed the proposal without even thinking. Although the garrison troops are indeed our partners now, they are UNC personnel after all. The less they know, the better. People know too much, they start to think. And once they start to think, loyalty often stops being so pure.
かしこまりました。例の荷物ですが、
Regarding the
アン
magic
ティアの
goods,
侵入自体
although
が
Ancha's
注目され
discovery
る可能性は
was
ないでしょうか。
stopped in time, could her break-in itself attract attention from other parties? No. Or rather, I can't. Zimmerman gently shook his head. Arrange a transfer as soon as possible. The goods can no longer remain in that location. Find some reliable guards. Yes, let Bluebeard guard them. I don't want this kind of situation happening again.
はい。
Also, his gaze shifted out the window. Is there anything unusual over at Heli's side? Cocoon paused slightly. Then she picked up the tablet on the desk and lightly swiped her finger. The cool blue screen lit up, and densely packed surveillance feeds spread out like snowflakes. Ancha in her cell, the auditors working at their desks in the hotel, New Venice transportation hub, the corridors of government confidential departments. Countless screens flickered, taking up the entire display.
すべて正常です。
Everything is normal, Your Excellency. Zimmerman quietly leaned back in his chair, looking at the surveillance grid split into countless small boxes on the screen. Very good. The tablet screen flicked violently, transmitting a slight jumping sensation. In this city of New Venice, there are no secrets that can be hidden from it. Hidden from this supreme AI system of the URMC governments. Well, that's a quick one. For once. So yeah, Heli's hacked. As we all thought. New Venice, the security department's temporary underground prison. Ancha didn't know how long she had been here. It seemed that disabling her internal timer was part of the confinement environment. Sometimes even without help, but sometimes she couldn't help but feel that the way these humans treated dolls was a bit too close to how they treated their fellow kin. Or was it only this way for dolls with special status like her? Similar to the prisons she had experienced before, there were no windows or clocks here. Even the pale fluorescent light overhead had never gone out. It just stayed on day and night without distinction, like an internally open, emotionless eye. The area was not large, perfectly square, and consisted of 3 concrete walls and 1 pane-reinforced glass. On the other side of the glass, security guards occasionally walked by on patrol, but no one spoke to her, no one came to interrogate her, and no one even gave her a second glance. She was just left there, like a piece of evidence they didn't know what to do with for the time being. Perhaps this way of looking at it suited her even better. Ancha leaned quietly in the corner, her back against the freezing wall. Somewhat bored, she swung the magnetic handcuffs on her wrists up and down, bumping them against the floor in front of her knees, making crisp, metallic clinking sounds. She was a bit idle. Not that she was completely indifferent to her current status. It's just that the moment she was escorted into the cell, she had already understood her present condition. Aside from waiting quietly, there was nothing else she could do. Fortunately, she knew that the moment would definitely come. When this appearance could be covered up like this forever, the Audit Bureau would definitely get the news. How would they react? Had Zelensky and the person behind him, which is Misha, made contingency plans for this situation? Or perhaps they wouldn't specifically make considerations just for me. Miss Kalina must have also got the news too. What will she do? She's no longer a counselor, so she doesn't have the power to reach her hands into New Venice. And the most important thing, what is Angeli planning to do? Anja closed her eyes, sorting through the information she currently possessed in the darkness. A long time has passed since I was locked up here. No one has come to see me. I'm afraid they're very worried I might spill the beans about the device. Whatever that is, I definitely found the key. The problem is how I can use this. And Angeli, what does she really want? She opened her eyes, her gaze falling on the metal surface of the handcuffs. The standard magnetic lock could indeed restrict the movements of most dolls, but her strength could forcibly break free. However, doing so would immediately trigger an alarm, and she was completely unfamiliar with the structure of the passages outside the cell. A blind prison break will only make things worse, and right now things are far from that point. Where are you? An unknown amount of time passed. Footsteps suddenly echoed in the corridor, not the mechanical rhythmic sound of security personnel on patrol, but a lighter sound of high heels, carrying a clear purpose. Anja opened her eyes. On the other side of reinforced glass, a familiar figure came to a stop. Still in that meticulous professional skirt suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and holding her signature tablet. Going real with you, she doesn't look professional. Is Agatha. Good evening, Miss Anja. Her voice came through the glass, sounding slightly distorted. They seem to have been fairly polite to you. At least they didn't put a shock collar on you or something. Agatha? How did you get in? I have Mr. Mead's authorization. Although he isn't in New Venice in person, his influence is still here. At the very least, it can knock open the door of the security department. Agatha looked around the prison cell, her brow furrowing slightly. The furrow was subtle, but for her, it was already a clear sign of dissatisfaction. But there isn't even a chair. I don't need a chair. So what is it? Mr. Mead asked me to pass on a few words to you. Agatha's gaze withdrew from inside the cell and landed on Anja's face. Separated by the reinforced glass, Anja met her gaze calmly. Mr. Mead already knows you've been detained. He uses his own channels to get you out as quickly as possible. Get me out? Even though the charge of illegal trespassing is a classified area holds up somewhat. The security department doesn't have the authority to officially transfer you to the judiciary yet. The identity of the Audit Bureau makes them hesitate to act out of fear of collateral damage, and the people behind you make them even more worried. Mr. Mead will use this time to get you out of here. Ancha was silent for a few seconds. She leaned against the wall, her handcuffs rattling gently against her knees.
アガサさん。
Miss Agatha?
はい。
Hmm? I'm a little
どうしてメイド
curious.
さんじは
Why is
私
Mr.
を
Mead
助け
helping
よう
me?
としているのですか？
Agatha pushed up her glasses, the lenses glinting under the pale light.
答えは簡単です
The。answer is obvious.
味方だから
Because we're on the same side.
味方？
The same side?
アンティアさんメドさんはこのニューベネツィアに
New Venice is
多くの
Mr. Mead's
心血を
lifeblood.
注いできました
His feelings for this city surpasses anyone else's.
この街を愛していますだから
He wishes more than anyone that it won't be tainted before the opening.
最近いろんなこと
And
が起き
Zimmerman,
て
or rather, the
財団
conglomerates,
はただのスポンサー
many
で
recent
ない
events have
こと
proven
が
that
明
they
らか
are
になり
never
ました
just pure sponsors.
彼らには何らかの目的があ
They
り
didn't come to purify the
それ
ocean.
がこの
They
街
came
に
for their
害
own
を及ぼすかも
purposes,
しれません
and their purpose are very likely to bring harm to the city.
しかし幸いなことに
Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of that unknown individual, some of the conglomerates' dirty dealings were exposed, which in turn prompted the arrival of the audit bureau. And you, Miss Ancha, are undoubtedly the most critical anchor in the audit bureau's investigation for this time. To Mr. Mead, you are an ally. He is just like you. He also doesn't want the national conglomerate dirty deals to taint the city. It's like, well, actually, I don't give a fuck about that. I was looking for my girlfriend. Agatha waited quietly for a few seconds, then changed the subject. You might still have doubts. It's okay, Miss Ancha. As it happens, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Don't worry, just a personal question.
質問ですか？
What is it?
メドさんはあなたのことを信じてい
Although
ます
Mr. Mead believes that you have your own reasons, I am still very curious.
どうして深夜に
Why did you trespass into that classified area late at the night?
その理由も知らないのに私を
You don't even know my reason for doing it, yet you're helping me get away?
まあおおよその見当はついていますからね
Because it wasn't hard to guess.
財団を相手にしている
Excluding reasons like you just being bored, considering that you are up against a behemoth like a conglomerate, we have to lean towards this being part of your investigation.
問題は
What did you find
あなた
there?
がそこで何を見たのか
The prison cell suddenly fell silent. Although through the reinforced glass, it was hard to read any emotion on Agatha's eyes, obscured by her lenses under the light.
散歩で道に
Maybe it really was just bored and accidentally got lost while taking a walk?
アンティアさん警戒しているのは
Miss Ancha, I understand your concerns.
この場において
In this situation, not opening your heart easily to others is the right choice.
ただ
But I still want to remind you.
欲しいですあなたがあそこ
The things you saw in New Venice, no matter what they are,
それは決して
they are not something that can be opposed by individual strength.
その裏には
Behind these dirty deals is a very large web.
財団も
Zimmerman, or rather the financial conglomerate, only constitute a part of it.
警備団
The garrison belongs to the conglomerate,
それから各
and the engineering bureau belongs to the conglomerate, and 70% of officials, big and small, are connected to the conglomerate.
メドさんが思い
Even Mr. Mead
できないのは
is hindered at every turn
彼の上司
because the minister of the kitchen project,
つながっているからです
his superior and the true person in charge, is also one of Zimmerman's people.
それどころか
Even the military juno station here has been accepting bribes from the financial conglomerate for a long time.
街の外も同じです
Not only that, not just New Venice, but beyond the city.
中央には彼らの後ろ盾
In
に
the
なってい
center,
る人物
there are even bigger figures acting as their protective umbrellas.
だから保安局もずっと介入できずにいたのです
This is also why it's so difficult for even StateSec to reach his hand in here.
どうしてそんなに詳しく知っているんですか？
How'd you know all these things all so clearly?
メドさんがずっと
Because Mr. Mead has been in the city for a long time. long enough for him to see clearly which pillars are truly bearing the load, and which are merely hollowed-out decorations. Agatha paused. Miss Antje, perhaps you think you can find the truth all on your own. Perhaps you think the Audit Bureau's authorization is enough for you to go up against everything in the city. But the reality is, even if they are worried the Audit Bureau and State Sec won't harm you, there are plenty of ways to stop you from continuing your investigation. Locking you up here today is the best proof of that. Once the dust settles, those questions you brought will no longer matter. Admit it. You can't do it alone. But Mr. Mead, he has enough power. Cooperating with him is your best choice at the moment. The prison cell fell silent once more. The pale lights shone on both their faces, exposing every subtle expression perfectly. Miss Agatha. I'll think about it. Agatha gave a slight nod. I'll wait for your reply. Rest assured, I can arrange for you to leave here within 12 hours. Before that. Hot guy and hot girl working together. An ear-piercing alarm blared without warning, echoing throughout the entire underground prison area. The red warning light suddenly lit up, dyeing the lighting into a flickering sea of blood red. Agatha's body instantly stiffened. The tablet in her hand almost slipped out. She quickly steadied herself, turning her head to look towards the corridor. A gunshot cut off her words. It was dull, silenced gunshot, coming from somewhere above the prison. Agatha's expression changed. She turned back to look at Antje, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something. The security door at the end of the corridor was blasted open from the outside. Amidst the dust and smoke of the explosion, a figure rushed in at unbelievable speed. Silver long hair surged under the red light of the alarm, like a flag torn by a storm. Agatha's eyes widened in disbelief, but the intruder gave her no chance. Falcon Punch! Accompanied by a dull thud, Angela, who had barged in from the outside, neatly knocked her unconscious. Agatha's body slumped forward limply. The tablet slipped from her hand and bounced twice on the ground. Angeles extended a hand, catching Agatha's body and gently placing it by the wall. Antje's voice carried obvious shock. What are you doing? She's fine. She'll wake up in half an hour at most. Angeles straightened up and aimed her gun at the joint between the reinforced glass and the door frame. The door lock shattered in a shower of sparks. Angeles kicked the door open and waved at Antje. Come with me. Now. What? They're about to make a move on you. We don't have time. Angeles' voice was very steady. In 4 minutes, reinforcements will lock down all the exits. Before then, we must leave this building. Antje glanced at Agatha slumped against the wall. Angeli was in line, her breathing was steady, and her life was not in danger. The red warning lights cast flickering shadows on Angeli's face. The assault rifle in her hands was still emanating a faint heat.
わかりました。
Alright. Ancha clenched her fist, the magnetic handcuffs, unable to withstand the immense force, snapped apart in her hands and fell to the ground as two pieces of useless iron. Angelis was momentarily stunned, then the corners of her mouth curled up almost imperceptibly.
ジャミング装置も用意していたの
I
で
prepared a jam just in case.
使わずに済みそう。
This is what we needing it.
銃をください。
Give me a gun. Angeli pulled a handgun from her wrist and handed it over. Deeper in the corridor, more footsteps are approaching.
こっちへ。
Stay close to me. Thanks, boy. The night wind, wrapped in the scent of sea salt, was as cold as solidified frost. Ancha and Angeli marched along the coastline in the darkness. New Venice City behind them was already far away. That pristine white skyline looked like a glowing ribbon in the night, floating quietly on the sea as if nothing had ever happened. In front of these two, those security teams were as helpless as Boy Scouts, easily shaken off. Ancha's gaze occasionally fell on Angeli's back ahead of her. Her hair was blown a bit messy by the sea breeze. The assault rifle on her shoulder swayed slightly with her steps. The sling pressing against her uniform epaulets and wearing a shallow crease into them. She didn't walk fast, but her steps were very resolute, making it clear she knew this path like the back of her hand. The two had been silent for a long time. From breaking the blockade to leaving New Venice, and traveling all the way south of the coastline, Angela never spoke a single word. The outline of the old capital gradually became clear ahead. That broken yet sturdy fortress stood silently on the coastline, still like a dormant behemoth, slumbering in silence. A few faint lights shone through the bunker's firing ports. Even on a night like this, the Great Wall Railway defense forces had not let their guard down.
着きました。
We're here. Angeli stopped walking and turned around.
ここから入ってください。
Enter the fortress from here. You know the captain. He'll arrange your accommodations.
アンキューレ大佐。
Colonel Angeli.
はい。
助けてくれて。
Thank you for
ありが
saving
とう
me.
ございます。
Angeli tilted her head slightly, seemingly surprised by this statement. She says something, merely giving a slight nod.
感謝は必要ありません。
No, thank me. If you truly feel grateful, just answer my
私
question.
の質問に答えてください。あの日、
That day on the
地下に
ground,
あった設備は何
what
です
was that device hidden there?
わかりません。
I don't know. The waves crashed against the reefs underfoot, letting out a continuous low breathing sound.
あの時地下で見たのは
What I saw on the ground was just a large piece of equipment covered by a tarp.
カバーの中身を
That tarp wasn't uncovered.
あの水
The person named Narcissus arrived much faster than I anticipated.
だから
From beginning to end, I never saw the true face of that device.
どうしてあそこに潜入したの
Then why did you infiltrate that place?
ニューベネツィアに来る途中
Because on my way to New Venice, I found something. Ancha paused for a moment.
車列が行き向
When the company was hit by Iliads, I found a small device underneath the chassis of one of the escort vehicles.
車のパーツではなく
It's not part of the vehicle itself. It looks like some kind of signal transmitter.
進駐軍の隊員によれば
Considering what the captain of the Great
は普段
Wall Railway Defense Force said,
だから
that the Iliad activity on that highway is usually nowhere near that high, I suspect that attack was not a coincidence.
それで
And then, After that, looking through the data retrieved by the audit office, I found a suspicious entry in the port's transport records. It was a record of goods transported under the guise of the purification engineering environmental monitoring equipment. The receiving party is a nearly fictitious department, and the recipient doesn't exist in any personnel file. The goods described in the file are also very similar to the device I found. I found this very strange and thought maybe there was some connection. So I followed that clue and found that location. However, I found that device was completely different in the scale from what I found. At least the volume was totally different. Maybe my judgment was wrong. There's no connection between them at all. But that doesn't change the fact that the device itself is indeed suspicious. And what about the small device? It was confiscated by the guard when I was arrested. Right now, they should be kept by the garrison along with the other evidence. Anjali paused in silence for a beat. Keep typing in beat for some reason. I wonder if that's a translation or if it's a new writer just really liking the word beat. Her gaze fell on Ancha's face, appearing especially sharp under the moonlight. You should have told me sooner, Ante. Anjali reached into the inner pocket of her military uniform and took out a anti-static sealed bag. Under the moonlight, the slip inside the bag was clearly visible. The storage tip. Its casing engraved with intricate patterns. What? Ancha's pupils abruptly contracted. You went into the evidence room? If you told me earlier, I would have brought that device out with me. Then it wouldn't be still in their hands now. Ancha's gaze was fixed intently on the sealed bag in Anjali's hand. Her body leaned forward slightly, almost half a step. Why are you interested in it? We don't need this kind of pretense between us. You know its value and significance, and so do I. I'm guessing you're not kind enough to give it back to me? I'm not entirely unwilling. The one who needs to think this through clearly is up to you, Ancha. Do you think you can protect it? You should know better than anyone how important this chip is. AK-12 gambled everything to steal it. If it falls to the conglomerate's hands again, everything she did will be meaningless. How do I know you're not part of the conglomerate? If I were, I'd be telling you the truth like this right now. I will hand the chip over to someone trustworthy and stay safe to the military. Only they have the power to truly fight the conglomerate and let the contents of this chip realize its rival value. Anjali's voice was calm and resolute. Ancha, both you and AK-12 must admit, you cannot fight the conglomerate alone. Only by putting what's in the chip into the right hands can it become a real weapon. Ancha lowered her head. The sound of waves filled the silence between them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. And then, Ancha raised her head. You're right. It's true that 12 and I can't possibly fight the conglomerate alone. Even the organization behind us seems somewhat lacking in strength. Ancha's right hand slowly reached towards the small of her back. Not the position of the holster in her hip, but somewhere closer to her spine. Her fingertips brushed against an extremely tiny, hard object hidden in the inner lining's interlayer. Pinch, extracted. Under the moonlight, a chip lay quietly in Ancha's open palm. The intricate patterns carved on its casing were exactly the same as the one in Anjali's hand. Anjali's gaze fell on the chip in Ancha's palm, then moved back onto the one in the sealed bag on her own hand. Her expression barely changed, but the astonishment in the depths of her eyes did not escape Ancha's notice.
チップを手に入れた後、
After I got the chip, I made a replica casing.
粗い手作りですが、
I engraved the patterns by hand. It's not too exquisite, but it seems close enough to pass off as the real thing.
取られていたのが本物なら、
If what she
もっと
took was
慌て
real,
ていましたよ。
I would have been so indifferent.
やはりあなたは優秀ですね
You are excellent,
アンティアさん
Ancha.
もしハキリ隊に入ってくれるのなら
If you're willing to join the
隊員に
LangPackageTableCnData.bytes,
任命したいくらい
I
で
can
す
start you off as captain.
気持ちだけ、
Thanks, but I'm used to being free.
私はもう自由になれましたから。
Ancha held out a chip in her palm forward.
あなたの言う通り、
You're right.
今の私にこれ
I
を
don't have the
守る
ability to
力
protect it
は
right
あり
now.
ません。そしてあなたは少なくとも
But you, at least so
今ま
far,
でずっと私を助けてき
you've
ま
been
した。
helping me.
あなたにチップを託します。
I can
正
trust
し
a
い
chip
も
to
のの
you.
手に渡してく
Please
ださい。
deliver it into the right hands. Anjali looked at the hand Ancha extended. She lowered her head, took the counterfeit chip out of the sealed bag, looked it in between her fingers, and a faint smile touched the corners of her lips.
AK-12 があなた
It
を
seemed
信
there
頼
is
して
a
い
reason
る理
AK
由
to
が
trust
分か
you.
りました
She put the fake chip to her pocket, and then reached out and solemnly took the real chip from Ancha's palm. The moment she grabbed it, her fingers closed slightly. The grip was light but very steady.
確かに受け取りました
I'll accept it. Anjali carefully sealed the real chip into a sealed bag and tucked it into the innermost hidden pocket of her military uniform. Then she took a folded paper document out of her pocket on the other side and handed it to Ancha.
これは撤退ルートを記した地図です
This is an evacuation route map.
要塞から出発して
Departing from the fortress, head south along the coastline. After passing two abandoned supply
廃棄された
stations,
補給所を
turn
2つ持
inland.
った後途中の中継ポイントの位置
Safe relay points are marked on the route. I have arranged for escorts in advance at each location.
安全にニューベネツィアから脱出できるはずです中継ポイントに
You
は
just need to follow
それ
it,
ぞれ味方を
and you will be
待
able
機
to
させてあ
safely
るので
leave New
必要
Venice.
があれば頼ってください
AK-12 は
Well, 12.
見つかり次第
If I find her,
同じ地図
I
を
will
渡
offer
し
the
ます
exact same thing.
もちろん
But you should also
最悪の
mentally
場合
prepare
の
for the
覚
worst.
悟もしておいてください
分かった。
I understand. Ancha took the route map, unfolded a corner along the crease, and glanced at the markings on it. Very detailed. The communication frequency band and backup plans for each map relay point are also marked on it.
アンキューレ大佐、
Colonel Anjali.
はい
Yeah?
お大事に。
Please take care. Anjali nodded slightly.
あなたも
You too.
全てが終わったら
Maybe we'll meet again after all this
ま
is
た会い
over.
ましょう
The silver-haired figure turned around and walked back into the night along the way she came. She flashed in the moonlight and was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Ancha stood in place, watching that figure disappear at the end of the coastline. She lowered her head and glanced at the route map in her hand, then carefully folded it and tucked it into the lining's hidden pocket, the exact same spot where the chip had been hidden just now. Behind her, the fortress lights flickered in the darkness. Ancha turned around and walked towards those faint points of light.
到 通りすがりの人形よ。覚えておいて。
Yeah, Sapa showing a lot in that picture. That's what we got. I don't want to get people's hopes up, because I imagine it's like 3 fucking hours or something like that. But we're getting close. Nights in New Venice are exceptionally short, or perhaps in a city full of hope, no one is willing to squander precious time sleeping. And today, as the final moment of New Venice completion, the ribbon-cutting day, the entire city seemed to have its switch flipped early by an invisible hand. The new city held its breath, waiting for the arrival of a certain signal. The young worker yawned, following unsteadily behind the foreman. Boss, it's not even fully light out yet. What are you doing here so early? I can barely keep my eyes open. Sleep, sleep, sleep. All you know is sleep. Didn't you know? Didn't you want to become a senior engineer? This is the drive you have? That ribbon cutting ceremony is the once-in-a-lifetime once-in-a-century event. It's a great opportunity for you to broaden your horizons. But isn't it too early for the ribbon cutting ceremony? Ow! The young worker walked forward with his eyes half closed, and just as he turned the corner, he banged onto the back of a person in front of him. He rubbed his forehead and looked up, and the sight before him instantly wakes him up quite a bit. It's still at least a 20-minute walk from the venue, but the broad streets are completely filled with an endless sea of people. My god! Damn it! I figured arriving 6 hours early would score me a good spot up front. Did these people sleep on the streets last night or something? So many people. Is everyone here to see the ribbon cutting ceremony? What else? Did they just all get up early to grab breakfast? The foreman retorted grumpily, then let out a sigh. In this damn world, it's been a long time since there's a moment of progress that could inspire everyone so much. At least, we have to witness this important step in humanity's history with our own eyes. We'll have something to brag about when we go out drinking from now on. Counselor Mead. He'll be coming today too, right? Idiot! Isn't that obvious? How can we ask him for as a counselor for New Venice? The foreman raised his hand and pointed into the distance. See that visible hall building? Counselor Mead will definitely right there right now, making final preparations to receive a distinguished guest. When that time comes, maybe you'll be able to see him give a speech on stage with your own eyes. The young worker stood on tiptoes for dear life, looking in the direction the foreman was pointing. The Tavern City Hall's building stood in the morning light of a dawn that had not yet fully broken. The lights inside, which had burned all night, intertwined with the first glimmer of the horizon, resembling a lighthouse carrying the hopes of a new era, silently calling people to come. The crowd was like a slow flowing river, sweeping the young worker and the foreman along with it, slowly advancing towards the square. Just as the foreman stood on his tiptoes to look around, the young worker's shoulder was bumped by a figure hurrying past. Hey! Oh, sorry. The person who bumped into him was a young girl with twin tails, clutching a stack of folders in her arms, a flush from still lingering on her face. She wore a slightly oversized jacket embroidered with the Purification Project logo, with a temporary trainee engineer ID badge pinned to her chest.
大丈夫ですか?
You okay?
平気平気
I'm fine, I'm
私
fine.
はあっちで
I'm just rushing over to the venue to do the final round of equipment
あ
checks.
なたたちも竣工
Are you guys here to watch river fighting too?
ええ。親方に連れてきても
Yeah,
ら
my master brought me here. Don't block the way, keep moving! Roberti stuck out her tongue, clutched her folders, squeezed sideways into the crowd, and jogged off into the direction of the municipal building. Her footsteps were brisk. Compared to the surrounding crowd with their solemn or excited faces, she carried a vigorous, youthful vitality that had not yet been worn away by the worldly affairs. As she passed the entrance to the square, she couldn't help but stop and look up to take a full view of the municipal building. The morning sunlight shone on the pristine white building, and the decorative panels on the exterior wall refracted a soft luster in the lights. Those panels from sector B3 to B7, she had personally inspected them. Every bolt, every seam, she had checked at least 3 times.
大丈夫
Nothing would go wrong. Absolutely nothing would go wrong. She took a deep breath, stepped forward again, and blended into the crowd. Meanwhile, in Legion of Doom, before the VIP reception began, Zimmerman sat alone at his desk. The tablet on the desk was playing back a surveillance video. On the screen, Akita stood outside the reinforced glass, talking to Ansha inside the cell. Through the surveillance system's audio pickup, the conversation was clearly discernible.
彼と協力することが
Cooperating with him is the best choice right now.
選択です考えておきます
I'll think about it.
閣下
Your Excellency! Hakun stepped out from the corner of the office and silently stood beside Zimmerman. Is she always in like a shadowy corner, just standing there and all you can see is her boobs? I can imagine that.
アガサさんの面会に何か問題でもあるのでしょ
Miss Agatha's visit this time. Do you think there's a problem?
メイドクイーンごとき
We knew long ago that Meade Quinn wouldn't have any impact.
奴が何を
No matter what he wants to do, it doesn't matter
もはや
anymore.
どうでもいい
He buttoned his last button and adjusted his collar in front of the mirror.
今日から
After
それは
today,
全て過去
these will all become irrelevant old accounts.
はい。応接室の準備はできております。閣
The session hall is already prepared, Your Excellency.
ああ行こう
Yeah, let's go. I mean, you can't hide those things.
遠路はるばるお疲れ様でした
You arrived so early. It must have been quite a tiring journey.
いやいやチマーマン主席こそ
Representative Zimmerman, you're exaggerating.
ニューベネチア
I've been very comfortable in New Venice for the past few days. Various matters have left me exhausted recently. I must have thank you for your warm hospitality.
光栄ですが私は
General, you're too
取
kind.
るに足らない
Here, I am nothing more than an insignificant businessman.
本当に感謝すべきなのは浄化事業の同志たち
The ones you really should be thanking are these comrades from Purification Engineering. It is thanks to their day and night efforts that New Venice has transformed from a barren wasteland into what is today.
もしこの世の商人が全員主席のような
Representative Zimmerman, if all businessmen in the world were like you and understood the preciousness, the preciousness of the word guarantee, I'm sure we would progress much faster. Holy fuck. Dude. Someone had fun drawing you. They had a lot of fun. The slightly chubby minister of Purification Engineering stepped forward at the right time. His time was perfect, neither cutting in front of Zimmerman's words nor letting the atmosphere grow cold for even half a second. The salacious but not sycophantic smile piled onto his face as he extended both hands and took the initiative to welcome them. General, thank you for going out your way to attend the open ceremony. The military representatives nodded calmly and took the opportunity to shake the minister's hand. The two exchanged a knowing look. Obviously, this was far from their first meeting.
いやいや部長こそ前お会いした時より随分と痩せましたな。苦労が伺えます。
Honestly, all I really have to say about this is that they should actually get into more of a habit of drawing everyone's faces. Even if they are NPCs, it at least would give us the illusion that these characters can be important. But since they didn't bother finishing their artwork, it means that these guys aren't going to matter very soon. Mr. Minister, you worked hard day and night. You look a lot thinner than the last time we met. The Joe's making fun of me. It's all just grunt work running errands. Not worth mentioning. As for you, General, you look much better than last time. It seems the environment of New Venice really does nurture people. Also, wow, I just realized he's a fat guy, so the artist decided to just give him a donut. It's like, damn, can you be even more stereotypical? I mean, at least he's not holding a burger, I guess. Just walking around with a burger for all eternity. Instead, he's walking around with a donut for all eternity. The minister said, his tone naturally shifting as if he casually brought something up. By the way, General, I heard recently that you are a crack shot who can hit a target from 100 paces away. Why didn't you let me know earlier? I don't have many hobbies besides collecting and eating, apparently. Recently, I have got my hands on a few good items that I haven't even had the chance to examine closely. After the opening ceremony, would you do me the honor of coming over to my place to appraise them for me? The military rep narrowed his eyes slightly, his non-existent eyes slightly, instantly grasping the minister's attention. Yeah, you flatter me. Being a crack shot was a thing of my youth. But since the minister has extended such a gracious invitation, it would be rude of me to refuse. Ha! Then it's settled. The minister smiled and gave a slight bow, then turned halfway, smoothly directing the conversation to a few subordinates behind him. Furthermore, these are all the counselors of New Venice. During its construction, I frequently had to go to UNC headquarters to report on our progress, so they were the ones keeping an eye on everything here, big and small. Everyone, come meet the General and Mr. Zimmerman. As the minister spoke, he stepped aside to make introductions. Zimmerman nodded slightly, but his gaze calmly drifted over to the minister's shoulder, focusing on something further away. Meade stood there, a flawless, polite smile hung on his lips as he perfectly blended into the background. You sure he goes blends the background? He looks sharp as fuck, dude. Neither drawing attention nor seeming out of place. Seeming to sense that gaze, Meade nodded slightly and raised his hand to wave at Zimmerman, his posture natural and composed. While everyone was exchanging pleasantries, luxury sedans parked one after another in the backyard of the city hall. The security forces at the front plaza became increasingly strict, with guards armed with light ammo posted all around. Inside the reception hall, a subtle atmosphere was quietly spreading. Almost every visiting dignitary and celebrity's first reaction upon stepping into the hall was to walk straight towards Zimmerman, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries with him. And Zimmerman would familiarly and calmly introduce the original host, New Venice officials, to these guests one by one, as if he were the true master of the city. A moment later, in the Legion of Doom, taking advantage of a break in the socializing, the Purification Project Minister led Meade and several other counselors into the room one after another. The door clicked shut behind them, keeping out most of the clamor outside. Mr. Zimmerman, the ribbon cutting ceremony is about to begin. Zimmerman slowly adjusted his cufflinks, not even batted an eye. I know. Does the Honorable Minister have something to ask? Coming all the way here at the time? I noticed that your Excellency has also included the members of the Audit Bureau team on the core spectator list. Over the past few days, I've been constantly receiving inquiry emails from the Audit Bureau. It was mostly Counselor Meade who was helping handle them. Really, nothing will go wrong, right? What kind of oversight could there possibly be, Mr. Minister? New Venice finances are clear and perfectly clean. You should know that every account here better than I do, shouldn't you? The Minister of Purification Project's lips twitched slightly, his voice involuntarily faltering. Yeah, that's right. Zimmerman stopped what he was doing and slowly walked towards the Minister. A hand rested on the Minister's shoulder. Zimmerman leaned in slightly, his lips almost brushing the Minister's ear, and spoke softly. Or it could be that you've done something in a place I can't see, Mr. Minister? For example, taking some good stuff to give as gifts? The Minister of Purification Engineering gave a violent shudder. He hastily pulled a silk handkerchief from his pocket, haphazardly wiping away the cold sweat breaking out of his forehead. His movements flustered and rushed. What are you talking about? Your Excellency Zimmerman really knows how to joke. He says as he eats his donut. That is polite talk between old friends, completely unrelated to New Venice accounts. All my actions have been truthfully reported to you and the conglomerate. I am also your Excellency official, a local official of New Venice. How could I do such a thing? Zimmerman non-committally patted the Minister's shoulder twice, then straightened up. He took a step back, and his tone returned to his previous gentleness. I knew it. I am very clear on what kind of person you are, Minister. In that case, rest easy about the audit office. I will handle it properly. And besides, Zimmerman's gaze casually fell on Meade and the other counselor standing silently in the back. Even if I didn't handle it, your counselors would have come up with a proper solution to protect New Venice, wouldn't they? The room was silent for a moment. No one replied. There was only the faint restlessness of the crowd coming from outside the glass. 4 hours later, final warm-ups were taking place at the ribbon-cutting scene. In the temporary office of the municipal building, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Zimmerman and Cocoon standing with her hands down,
新入りの方。
How's the new friend?
ご安心ください。
Rest assured, Lord Zimmerman.
とてもお利口です。
Our new friend is very
こ
obedient.
のオフィスの回線
Right now,
を
the office we're in
遮断してくれてい
has
ます。
also had its lines isolated by our new friend.
で、荷物は。
What about that shipment?
すでに移転中です。
The cargo is already en route for transfer.
計画は最終段階に入る。
Good. The plan is about to enter its final wrap-up phase. What's the situation with the others? The solid wood door was casually pushed open. A cold female voice drifted from the doorway, sharply cutting off Cocoon's report.
コクーンさん。それは
No need to be
私から
polite,
お
Miss
話し
Cocoon.
ます
I'll explain it myself. The owner of the voice casually walked into the room. Her extremely eye-catching long silver hair was tied up high at the moment. The outerwear she wore still seemed to carry some weight of the grit belonging to war and gunsmoke, appearing out of place in this luxurious office. The woman walked straight to a sofa in her session area, casually crossed her legs and sat down, her indifferent gaze sweeping over to the two people in front of her.
これはアンキューレ大佐。
Miss Anjali,
ようこそ
welcome,
いらっしゃい
welcome.
ました。
お世辞はいりません、主席。
It's better pleasure, Mr. Zimmerman.
時間がないので。
We don't have much time. Zimmerman smiles faintly, not taking offense, and calmly sits across from Anjali.
では、本題に
Let's get
入
straight
り
to the point. Anjali doesn't speak immediately. She merely took out an anti-static sealed bag from the inside of her jacket and placed it on the desk. Beneath the transparent material, that chip lay quietly, the patterns on its casing reflecting a cold glint under the light.
取り返してきました。
Return it to its rightful owner. Yeah. It's like, better hope that she gave a second decoy. Or maybe just like, yeah, what you got was the fake one. I have the real one, but then the real one is actually the fake one, and the fake one is the real one. Wouldn't that be cool? Hold on. There you go. The smile on his face didn't change, but a hint of genuine relief finally resurfaced on the depths of his eyes.
大事なものから。
Next
手を
time,
離してはいけません。
don't lose something so important again.
肝に銘じておきます。
I will keep this warning in mind. Zimmerman reached out, held the sealed bag up to his eyes, and examined it carefully for 2 seconds.
チェックはしました。
Have you checked it?
読み取り記録は1回だ
The
けです
chip only has one red log.
AK-12
Besides AK-12, no one else has touched the contents inside.
そうです。
Perhaps. Zimmerman gently placed the chip back on the desk and pressed his finger against the edge of the sealed bag.
これで面倒事はだいぶ
That saves a lot of trouble.
まだ油断してはなりません
We can't jump our guard just yet.
AK-12 の
Until it's truly confirmed that she has melted down, we have to be aware of her
彼女
counterattacks.
からの反撃を警戒するべきです。
そうですね。
Makes sense. After a brief pause, Zimmerman walks up to Angeli. Looks up at Angeli
アンティ
and Ansha.
完全に私を信頼してい
She has already fully trusted me.
少なくとも
At least for now, she believes
今
I'm on
の
her side.
私のことを味方だと思い込んでいます。チップも彼女自
She
ら
handed chips to me herself.
彼女はどこまで知っている
How much does she actually know?
直接話をして
I saw her face to face.
荷物の
She knows
中身
absolutely
を知らない
nothing about the
ことまで
contents of the
確
cargo.
認できました。カバーに覆われていた
The
の
tarp wasn't lifted.
中身を
From
見る
beginning
こと
to
がで
end,
き
she was unaware of what was hidden underneath.
もし見ていたら
If she knew, she
その
wouldn't
よう
have
な
reacted so
反応は
calmly.
しないでしょう。
That wasn't a disguise. Oh?
では彼女は
Then why did she end up there?
ニューベネツィアに来ると
The problem occurred on the highway coming from New Venice.
例の実験
That experiment, although achieved its
目的
testing
こそ達
purpose,
成できましたが
it left traces.
痕跡を残してしまったのです。車につけられていた装置がなくなっていました。
When I was recovering it afterwards, I found that the device left in the car was missing. She took it?
あの装置には自
That prototype has a self-destruct function. Even the best engineers wouldn't be able to determine its purpose.
その用途を特定できないと思っていましたが、彼女はそれを疑ったのです。
But it still aroused her suspicion.
そして財団の帳簿を調べて
Later, while investigating the Glommer's accounts, she found traces of our cargo shipments.
2つの剣を結びつけ
And just happened to connect the two together.
ひょうたんから駒
A blind stroke of luck, but it's enough to prove her instincts are quite sharp.
の持ち主です。
It's indeed a headache-inducing coincidence.
私の責任でもあります。
I also bear responsibility.
あの
That experiment was a bit too presumptuous. Yeah, so she was the one who sent those Iliads over.
もし装置を回収できていれば
If the device could have been recovered in time, it wouldn't have led to subsequent troubles. At this point, there's no point in pursuing this anymore. Where is she?
地図を渡して
I gave her an evacuation route map and told her to head south along the coastlines and leave New Venice.
ルート途中の中継ポイン
The
ト
relay points along the routes
すべて私
were all
の
arranged
方
by
で
me.
手配しました。
Anjali's tone didn't change at all as she said this. Excellence. I've always been confident in how you handle things, Colonel. Just thinking that you will soon ascend to a position fitting your caliber makes me feel that your future is bright. Zimmerman stood up and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the square of New Venice was already packed with dense crowds. The sunlight made the pristine white building shine. I will arrange for someone to send the goods away today. Deliver them directly to the hand of that lady. Keeping them here for another day means another day of hidden danger. Anjali didn't reply. Her gaze fell on the bustling crowd outside the window, and she remained silent for a moment.
反逆正体は
The members of the fire indeed excellent.
AK-12 の手腕
What is AK-12's methods
勘と判
are
断
Ansh's intuition and judgments.
恐るべき少数精
Even though there's only a few of them, they cause as much trouble as a whole unit.
部下にいたら
If we could recruit people like them as
仕事
subordinates,
が楽にできたでしょう。
a lot of our work would be much easier. Zimmerman turned his head back and glanced at Anjali. You sound a bit regretful.
客観的な評価です。
Just an objective valuation.
優秀な相手は尊重
Outstanding opponents deserve respect,
彼
even
女
if
た
they
ち
are
が
destined
失
to
敗する
fail.
と分かっていても
Zimmerman did not pick up this topic again. He turned back around and adjusted the lapels of his suit. How are the preparations going?
私の方は
My part's
全て
completely
完
ready.
了しています。装置の配備も
The
完
final
了しま
assembly
し
of the device is complete,
た。いつでも
and it can be activated at any time. About Heli.
ヘリはすでにニュー
Heli has
ベネチアの
completely taken over
セキュリ
New
ティシステムを掌握
Venice
しています。
security system.
監視ネットワーク、自動防
From
衛
the surveillance
システム
network to defense watchtowers, from the communication lines to the emergency broadcast, all
全て
nodes are under
我々
our
の手に
control.
あります。
Yeah, that's basically an even better, whatchamacallit. That was in Gross Frontline 1. Fuck, what was it called? It was in Frankfurt. That security system. Shit. Forgot what it was called. I can't remember. Paradise had it. Yeah, beasting. That's what it was. Yeah, beasting system. What they have now is better than that.
行動開始とともにこの都市の情報網を支配できます。
Once operation begins, the entire city's information flow will be completely controlled by us. Very good. Anjali took one last look out the window. The crowd in the plaza was still pouring in, and their cheers could be heard clearly even through the glass. The sun is shining brightly, and the sky is completely cloudless.
今日はいい日ですね。
It's a nice day.
じきにそうじゃなくなります。
It won't be nice for long.
今日は大雨が
There's going to
降
be
り
a
ます。
heavy downpour today.
だからそう言いました。
That's exactly why I'm praising it.
また会いましょう。
See you later,
主席。
Mrs. Zimmerman.
折れる枝。
When the bell breaks. Zimmerman turned around, casting his gaze towards the same prosperous scene, and replied softly,
落ちるゆり
"The
か。
cradle will fall." Huh, I'm evil. I'm also evil. How I love being evil. Evil is great. I love evilness. Oh, evil is awesome. Municipal Square. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was reaching its climax. Tens of thousands of citizens had gathered in the broad square, countless gazes converging on the high platform, collectively witnessing this great moment that turned a new page in humanity's era. The Minister of Purification Engineering stood before the microphone, his originally blunt figure now appearing exceptionally upright. His voice, amplified by the sound system, resonated across the entire square.
改めて皆さん。
Thanks again! Thank you all for coming to New Venece's completion ceremony. Among those present are old comrades who used their mud-stained hands to reclaim this new Venice from the ruins with us. There's also new friends who crossed countless danger zones to set foot on this pure land for the first time. The establishment of the New Venice has no means. It's by no means a simple stacking of steel and concrete. It is a long, cruel, and sacrificial battle. This sorrowful era, endless wars, lethal radiation, wandering Iliads, like nightmares. They constantly erode our living space, attempting to erase humanity entirely. But our spines have never bent in the ruins. Even in this despairing darkness, we have not given up the spark named hope. We fight side by side for each other, and for the continuation of human civilization. The minister's voice grew louder and higher as he waved his arm vigorously, pointing towards the sky above. Please, look up at the cloudless blue sky above you. Feel the pure air of the New Venice. Every bite of food you taste, every drop of clear water you drink, they are all miracles bought with the blood and years of painstaking effort from countless researchers and frontline soldiers. The square was so quiet that only the wind and the echo of the minister's voices could be heard. Many citizens' eyes began to redden, and some tightly grasped the hands of their loved ones. The city of New Venice is not merely a shelter for people to eke out a living. It is a beacon of the revival of human civilization. It is our bridgehead for declaring war against this cruel fate. And today, in this square that symbolizes a new beginning, we will declare the whole world, we did it! Yeah! Deafening cheers and shouts of joy erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire square like a tsunami. Inside the massive exhibition hall, the overwhelming roar of sound passed through the heavy soundproof glass, leaving only faint, muffled echoes. Meade stood in the center of the exhibition hall with his hands behind his back, quietly gazing at this giant classical oil painting hanging on the wall in front of him. The painting featured a knight. His helmet had been removed and hung casually by the saddle. He rested his folded hands on his knees, his body leaning slightly forward, his deep gaze looking far into the distance beyond the frame. The white horse beside him lowered his head, drawing intimately close to him, its silvery white mane almost blending into the knight's cape against the dim background. Beside him, Agatha took a gentle step forward. The crisp sound of her high heels broke the silence as she reminded Mead in a low voice. Counselor Mead, the ribbon cutting ceremony has reached its climax. If you don't show up soon... I'm going to speak on stage anyway. Listening to that kind of dry speech, filled with the stench of propaganda, is completely meaningless no matter how many times you hear it. As a nominal master of New Venice, he doesn't understand the true meaning of the city at all, much less the kind of mission he actually shoulders. Mead gazed at the oil painting before him, reciting softly. His tone wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear, like a cold clinking crescently onto the marble slab.
My strength is as the strength of 10, because my heart is pure.
English!
アルフレッド・テニスンですね。
サー・ガラハットです。円卓の騎士の中で
The only perfect knight among the knights of the Round Table, an idealist who, even in that story full of betrayal and desire, always stuck to his ideals. Yeah, I know that one really well. Mead's gaze carefully traced the silhouette of the knight in the painting, a rare hint of faint nostalgia surfacing in his tone. And the hero I admired since I was a child. Yeah, the thing is that Galahad ascended, so there is that. I inconspicuously glanced at the vintage clock on the art gallery wall. She opened her mouth slightly, seemingly preparing a new set of words for persuasion. But the next moment, Mead preemptively interrupted her. Sochizo has some unfinished work. Go get to it. Agatha was slightly taken aback, but her extremely high professionalism allowed her to maintain a respectful posture. Counselor, the rest of my work here is within the coordination scope. Mead slowly turned his head. The jokeness of his face had disappeared at some point, and his expression revealed only an extreme calmness. In those bottomless eyes, there was no sharp scrutiny, nor condescending arrogance, only an extremely flat gaze, completely devoid of any emotion. Go. Go do what you truly need to do. Agatha's eyes flickered imperceptibly. After a brief silence, she gave a slight nod. What about you, Counselor? Want to rest here alone for a while. Don't worry. This historic moment, I'll witness it in person, one way or another. Oh, that's right. Remember to bring an umbrella. Agatha bowed slightly, turned and left. The crisp sound of her high heels gradually faded away, until the art gallery's exhibition hall was empty once again. Mead Quinn still stood alone in front of the painting, Sir Galahad. With his hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his head up slightly, gazing at the pure knight in the painting, searching for the Holy Grail. The soft lighting stretched his shadow out long, casting it on the ground in a silhouette that bore a striking resemblance to the knight in the painting. He whispered softly, as if catching up with an old friend. An anthem belonging to idealists, able to be sung continuously to this day. All thanks to you. Thick, heavy dark clouds rolled in from the direction of the horizon, slowly and irresistibly covering the sun outside the art gallery's window. The light and shadow quickly fade from Mead's face. He gently raises his head, looking at the suddenly overcast sky outside the window, and lets out a perfectly timed sigh.
不吉な雨が降りそうだ。
It seems an untimely rain is about to fall. At the same time, on the outskirts of New Venice, in stark contrast to the clamor of the municipal square, only the silence of an empty place remains here. Having left the municipal hall, Angeli has returned to her tactical squad. She remains quietly on the street, gazing out at the dark, profound sea not far away.
大佐、付近の空域、海域。
Now, your voice actually fits.
本隊の方から連絡がありました。広場での竣工式は
Colonel, everything is normal in the nearby airspace and sea area. The main force also sent a report. The ribbon cutting ceremony at the municipal square is proceeding smoothly.
ああ。キュポーンとデコイはすべて。
The typhoon and bait you requested have both been deployed. All you need to activate. A few drops of cold rainwater smashed down without warning, hitting the officer's hat brim with a crisp sound. Angeli tilted her head up slightly. The sunlight had been completely swallowed up at some point. The originally clear sky was now heavily overcast with clouds, exuding an oppressive leaden gray.
雨です、大佐。
It's raining, Colonel.
この様子だと。
Look at these clouds.
豪雨になるで
It
しょ
will soon turn to virtual downpour.
最後の仕上げは我々にお任せ。
Leave it clean up to us.
大佐は
Please return to command post and take shelter from the rain.
問題ない。
It's fine.
私自ら。
I'll go myself. The officer took the black tactical umbrella handed by the guard beside him, stepping forward to hold it up to Angeli. The raindrops grew denser, forming a white curtain of water as the sea breeze blew. The freezing sea rain lashed sideways, soaking Angeli's form-fitting black tactical suit. On the spacious road not far away, a massive machine with a bizarre design stood silently in the wind and rain. Its lower section was covered by tarpaulin, making it impossible to discern.
大佐、キュポーンの起動には時間がかかります。
Colonel,
デコイとは別々で起動し
Typhon
ましょうか。
takes some time to start up. Should we activate it separately from the bait?
一緒でいい。
Activate them
だが
together.
まずはつ
But
けてき
first,
たネズミの処理だ。
deal with that tail behind us. Sudden rapid bursts of gunfire tore through the curtain of rain. Almost at this exact moment, the first gunshot erupted. Angeli fiercely reached out and grabbed the collar of the officer in front of her, roughly yanking him aside. A burst of assault rifle bullets whizzed past, rushing right by the officer's arm. The shooting did not stop there. Bullets poured out from the shadows, following them like shadows, precise and highly suppressive, instantly forcing the squad soldiers originally on guard to retreat behind cover.
ありがとうございます。
Angeli ignored her subordinate, still wearing that cold, faint smile as she looked at the building in the distance.
よくここまでついてきたものだな。
To be able to follow us all the way here is indeed not bad.
しかし、その
But isn't it a bit too
シュートはまた
arrogant to
舐め
think
ら
you
れ
can
た
take
も
us
の
all out with a sneak attack? Oh, hey! It's you guys again. So, for all intents and purposes, these guys should just literally kill everyone here. But, let's see how broken Angeli is. Angeli waved her hand, and accompanied by terrifying, unearthly roars, several pitch-black, eerie figures shot out from the restricted area behind her like arrows released from the bowstring. It was the Wild Hunt. Carrying a nauseating pressure and intense killing intent, they trampled through the splashing mud and charged explosively all the way towards the direction of the gunfire. The nearby soldiers on duty had also steadied their lines, setting up their weapons in front and behind Angela, taking ready stances for a volley. From behind the cover in the distance, a relatively petite figure was forced to dart out. her movements were extremely adept. The assault rifle in her hands fired continuously, constantly driving back the wild hunt that tried to close the distance. Upon clearly seeing the figure, Angeli unconsciously narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand to stop the soldiers preparing to fire support. Then issued a brief command, recalling the wild hunt that were about to pounce back to her side.
アンティア。何を驚いているのですか?
What, are you surprised? Oh, okay, she's the one who's controlling the wild hunt. Antje stepped half a pace out from behind cover, her muscles still pointing steadily forward. She was already completely drenched, her hair clinging to her cheek, but her eyes were colder than the rain.
私はすでに死んだはず。
Do you think I should have already died on the way here? Antje looked at her. On that always calm and composed face, a genuine sense of surprise appeared for the first time.
どうやら私は
It seems I really did underestimate you.
よく言われる。
This isn't the first time.
どうやってここを
I'm curious. How did you find this place?
私を疑っていたとしても
If it was just suspecting that I am untrustworthy, that's far from enough to bring you to a place like this. Antje's fingers rested steadily on the outside of the trigger. Rainwater slid all the way down the gun barrel, dripping into the puddle at her feet.
あなたが一緒に持ち出さな
Probably because I didn't tell you earlier what I put in the things you didn't take away. Angeli looked at her quietly. The curtain of rain slanted down, casting a cold shadow beneath her eyelashes. A moment later, she actually let out a very light chuckle.
そうですか。
I see. She slowly reached out her hand inside her coat. The nearby soldiers subconsciously tensed up, and the muzzle of Antje's gun immediately rose by half an inch. But Angeli's movements weren't fast. They could barely even describe as unhurried. What she pulled out of her pocket wasn't a weapon, but a small piece of twisted, charred metal wreckage. It was a fragment of that small device. Angeli looked at it quietly, and the very next second, she closed her 5 fingers together, forcibly crushing the piece of wreckage into pieces. The shattered metal casing fell from between her fingers in pieces, leaving only a tracker smaller than a fingernail lightly pinched between her 2 fingers.
よくやった。
Good job, Antje.
本当に
Really
よ
good
くや
job.
ってくれた。
She looked at the small tracker, as if looking at some insignificant yet adequately sharp souvenir.
こんな証拠を野放しにする
I figured out early on that its owner couldn't possibly let such evidence remain out there. Angeli raised her eyes and looked at Antje. There was no anger in that gaze. Rather, it carried a hint of what could always be described as admiration.
そういえば
I said this once before.
前も同じことを
No.
聞いたな。
I had to ask you one more time.
アンティア、
Antje,
ハキリ隊に来る
are you
つも
willing
り
to
は
join the Iliad army? Amidst the wind and rain, those words fell softly. The surrounding heavily armed guards, the restless wild hunt, and the roaring waves and pouring rain all seemed to hit the pause button in that instant. Antje looked at her without any superfluous expression on her face. And then she raised her gun. 2 bullets whistled as they tore through the rain, heading straight to Angela's face. Angela's black umbrella snapped up. The bullet pierced the umbrella, blowing a small hole in a black cloth, then flew past, grazing her cheek. Taking advantage of the momentum, she released the tracker in her hand, watching it fall into the churning, muddy water by her feet and disappear in an instant.
私はアルフ。
I am Alva.
正体のアルフ。
Alva at the Phi. Angeli stood there, slowly lowering her umbrella in her hand. On that always composed face, there was no disappointment and no anger, only a colonist that had expected this all along.
残念
What a shame. She gently raised her hand.
やれ
Kill her. No! The wild hunts pounced once again like wild beasts off their leashes. In the pouring rain, the soldiers opened fire simultaneously, the muzzle flashes from forming a blinding light on a dim street. They have bottles! Finally! Hey, yo, what? Upon taking down, gain cell activation. Anything that drops below 1 HP, damage removed after killing an enemy doll. Okay. While having cell activation after taking skill damage 4 times, removes cell. So you have to hit them 4 times. Okay. There we go.
次の目標を教えてください
Give me a second. I'm gonna order a smoothie. Something easy to fill me while we continue this. Alright. I'll make sure that it doesn't lag. Okay, there we go. At the same time, on the edge of the city, the defensive area stationed by Omen, an inexplicable giant device hummed slightly on the outskirts of the city. Surprisingly, the operational noise emitted by this behemoth was far lower than the oppressiveness brought by its appearance. Actually, a massive Iliad wave attacking the Great Wall Railway Defense Force at the front lines. Are we not going to dispatch support? Lansing expressionlessly flicked the cigarette in her hand out of the combat room. The unfinished cigarette butt rolled twice on the ground and was instantly extinguished by the pouring rain. We're not going. I figured it's about to start anyway. What? Don't panic, Kitty. This is New Venice. Use your brain and think. What was the conglomerate's purpose in spending a fortune to hire us? Their purpose after the meeting earlier? He told us to deal with the potential threats. Right. But at first, I was still thinking, what kind of threat did they want us to deal with? What blind lunatic would come looking for trouble in the White Zone? I never imagined they were actually planning to stage a show of the thief crying "Stop Thief" themselves. I still don't get it, Adjutant. Although I don't understand these complex machines, I know all too well what the people sitting in high positions want. We've been assigned to station near here for the past few days, and this terrifying number of Iliads was obviously attracted here only after that machine was activated. Perhaps is this machine emitted some kind of signal attracting the Iliads here? Why did it do that? Then we should stop the machine as soon as possible. We're committing a crime. You aren't naive enough to think that only our squad is involved in such a blatant treason, are you? Machines like this must have secretly covered all the nodes across the city perimeter a long time ago. Lentine pointed at the small dots of light on the radar. They were all intercepted in front of a vertically extending defense line. Besides, the Great Wall Railway Forces positions were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. It seems someone wants to add fuel to the fire regarding the founding of New Venice, making its visibility burn even brighter. And the Great Wall River Defense Forces, who have been bleeding in the front lines, are the best kindling they could find. Then aren't we the ones killing them? Lenti loudly interrupted him, stopping the words he hadn't yet spoken. Those people have nothing to do with you and me. That's their duty. Just like it's our duty right now to hold this area. How do you know there aren't people in the Great Wall Railway Defense Forces who have joined this plan? If my judgment is correct, this attack is just a politically charged show. The number of Iliads is not infinite. Even if that machine can attract Iliads, it's only guiding them. The Great Wall Railway Defense Forces can hold them off. Besides, our defense zone here is fully prepared. Even if some stragglers do run over, it's nothing more than an opportunity for us to show our strength to our employer and raise our price. The door curtain of the operations room was lifted. Agatha folded her umbrella and slowly walked in. Captain Lentine, a massive wave of Iliad has appeared at the old city. Why aren't you going to support them? Lentine frowned, although she had communicated directly with Agatha. She recognized her face. You must be Agatha, right? The orders we received are to stand guard here. As for the Great Wall River Defense Force on the front lines, they possess extremely high military literacy, and their daily routine is to repel Iliads. Surely you, as the counselor's assistant, understand their strength better than the outsiders like us. What is that machine used outside used for? This device wasn't on the equipment declaration list originally submitted by the Omen Squad. Apologies, that machine involves confidential squad mission details, so I'm under no obligation to disclose it to you. Agatha looked steadily at Lentine for 2 seconds, said no more, and turned to walk out of the briefing room. She opened her transparent umbrella again, tilting her head slightly in the rain to stare at Lentine. I hope you know what you're doing, Captain Lentine. There you go. Lentine watched coldly as Agatha's back disappeared into the rain. She turned her head only to find Kenny staring intently at the radar tablet, his expression frozen in extreme horror. What's wrong with you now? Iliads have broken through the Great Wall Defense Forces defense line. They're about to breach New Venice. What? Once he snatched the tablet out of Keenan's hands in disbelief. On the screen, dense blimps representing Iliad crushed the defense line of the Great Wall Road defense forces with terrifying speed like a bursting flood, swarming madly towards the outskirts of New Venice. Impossible! No matter how used this Great Wall defense forces are, there's absolutely no way they could be completely broken through such a short amount of time. Lentine slammed the tablet down on the ground, strode over on the main command console, and propped her hands on the table surface. Must be something else. So must be secret plotting a deadly conspiracy. Damn it, they probably got us roasting over a fire. Destroy that machine! Call everyone, condition 1, immediately. Issue the highest level emergency evacuation signal within the city at once. Where's Igla? Where'd she run out to? She's on patrol at the perimeter. Narcissus is accompanying her. Call her back right this instant. Lentine patted heavily on the tactical table in frustration. This is trouble, goddammit. Cocoon. Getting involved in Federation dolls really is no good. No wonder she wanted the entire squad deployed. No wonder she bypassed monkey security to make a separate commission. People handing down these missions are absolute lunatics. Actually, like listen to the white zone doofing this on purpose? What in the world are they thinking? Wow, she's late as fuck. She's actually really late on this. Like, so absurdly late. This is by the books for them. Omen Squad's outer layer defense line. Igla was on duty expressionlessly in the rain, while Narcissus maintained a delicate distance, standing beside her. My hands are so itchy, I can't stand it. No. I worked so hard to read so many difficult books. I need to be a little bit more polite. Hey, you there. Got a minute? I've always felt that you so-called 13 dolls all garbage. Just like that guy, AP-142. However, you're not bad. You're not bad at all. Wanna fight me? You definitely make a nice punching bag with excellent feedback. At the very least, it'd be a lot more fun than that mantis who just jumps around. Igla slightly lowered her head, gazing at the rather short-statured Narcissus in front of her. Deep in her eyes was a pool of stagnant water, devoid of any ripples of emotion. Oh, boring. I thought I'd finally be an interesting girl for a change, but she turned out to be just another brainless puppet. Or it must be the things I hate. Tearing you apart right here would be more satisfying for you, wouldn't it? Narcissus' originally petite body now exuding a suffocating powerful sense of oppression in the rain, like a ferocious beast about to devour someone. In this tense and explosive atmosphere, the communicator right next to Igla's ear abruptly rang out, coldly interrupting Narcissus' words. Hanging up the communication, Igla ignored a sudden surge of anger for Narcissus in front of her, simply turning around and silently and leaving with quick steps. Pitiful worm. Watching Igla's retreating back, Narcissus also seemed to deflate all of a sudden. She curled her lips in displeasure and forcefully kicked away a pebble in a small puddle by the roadside. A whooshing sound rang out. Before shattering, a pebble shot out like a bullet. The low-bearing pillar on one side of the high race exploded instantly as if hit by a cannonball. She's really strong. The scattered dust was immediately washed away by the rain. Muddy water splattered, staining the hem of her delicate skirt, but she didn't care in the slightest. and that pitiful stone vanished without a trace, as if it never existed.
それじゃあ全然淑女らしくない
That
ですよ
isn't very ladylike, you know.
誰
And who are you?
今機嫌が悪いから
I'm in a very bad mood right now. Don't mess with me.
それはそれは
So you don't know me.
悲しい話ですね
That really breaks my heart. Narcissus looked up, staring warily at the woman in front of her. In her memory, she had indeed never seen this face. Holding a transparent umbrella, Agatha walked towards Narcissus with light and natural steps.
ごめん
Sorry, I couldn't help it.
それにしても水星
Narcissus?
誰がそんな名前を
Who in the world gave you that name?
全然似合わ
That
ない
doesn't suit you at all. Agatha suddenly held up a gentle index finger with her free hand, seemingly having thought of something interesting. Oh, I get it. So that's how it is. Then this name's pretty good after all.
名前じゃんはあ
Wait,
あんた
you're...
あら気づいちゃった
Oh my. You found out?
でも
Unfortunately, who I am doesn't matter right now.
どうでもいいことよ
What matters is whether you're going to continue with this
あなた
absurd
はいつ
scheme.
までこんなバカなことを続けるつもりなのかまさか忘れたわけじ
I
ゃ
don't
な
think
い
you've
わよ
forgotten,
ね
have you?
あなたが今こうして
The fact that a being like you is able to continue walking and surviving right here, and now it's all thanks to someone destroying the lake that controlled your mind 10 years ago.
あの人が
Dispersing the
壊して
dark
くれ
cloud
た
that constantly loomed over your heads.
もうその後
Unfortunately,
なんやかんや
that irresponsible guy didn't take very
結局
good care of you
見捨てられてしまっ
afterwards.
たようなことになった
But I suppose many of you still
多少
felt
感謝の気持ちは
grateful
残って
to
いる
him,
んで
don't
しょ
you?
だからどう
What about you?
恩返しとして
Would you betray your current employer out of this gratitude
少し裏切って
and do
み
something
て
he might not want to see? Agatha gave the transparent umbrella in her hand a gentle twirl. The rainwater was flung off by the spinning umbrella, splashing down at the feet of Narcissus, who was supposed to be in a sheltered spot. As she brushed past Narcissus, Agatha extremely naturally shoved that umbrella into Narcissus' hands.
この傘はあげるわ
Here,
もういらないから
I'll get this umbrella to you.
まあそもそ
I
も
guess don't think
私
we need
た
it
ちは
anymore.
こんな雨
Well,
全然
after all,
怖くないけど
we originally weren't afraid of getting caught in the rain, right? Agatha, with her hands behind her back, walked alone into the rain, heading towards the outside of the city. Leaving Narcissus alone, holding her transparent umbrella, standing in silence. The rain was getting heavier. Agatha didn't stop in her tracks right away. She merely continued forward along the rain-slick, gleaming street. The sound of her heels clicking against the ground was quickly swallowed up by the sound of the rain. Only after completely leaving Narcissus' line of sight did she tilt her head back slightly, as if listening to some non-existent echo. What a bunch of lunatics. She sighed softly and looked up at the sky, which was completely swallowed by dark clouds.
ヘリを利用して被害を拡大
Using
して
heli to amplify the casualties and losses of the entire city, and then having her casually erase all traces that shouldn't be left behind. The conglomerate folks really know how to tally accounts.
だからこの事件は
So we have
私
to
たち
resolve
が何
this.
とかしないと無辜な人たちの
Not just for the
ためだけじゃ
innocent
ない
people, but also so that the little one can finish her job smoothly.
するためにもね
Rainwater slid down the tips of her hair. The corners of Agatha's mouth curved up slightly, as if she had heard an answer she found amusing.
何
What? Going to get the entire year and see?
もしかして
Don't tell me you're a
ど
little
れを
nervous.
敵に回すのが怖いの
A brief pause. She gave a little laugh, a hint of undisguised teasing in her amusement.
へえ
Yeah, that's right.
ローレンなんて
Compared to us,
全然
what does the
大
year
し
and see
たこと
even
ない
amount to? She had never been so sharply aware of what a cold and ruthless decision she was making. But the truth is, in this moment, rather than the things lingering right in front of her, she must focus on the future. Otherwise, even more instances of powerlessness will occur again. She was certain that Captain will be the most appropriate choice. She retracted her gaze, resumed walking, and her figure quickly disappeared deep into the rain. Let's begin, Friday. At your command, my lady. I thought you argued back a bit after being exposed, but you calmly accepted this name instead? None of the names you knew in the past truly belonged to me. Even Nadiza belongs only to the doctor, not to you. Therefore, as long as it is a name given by you, I will cherish it. Of course, as long as you remember to take me with you when you leave the desert island. Huh, you better put on a good performance. Thanks, boy. AK-12's Neural Cloud Space. Frankfurt Opera House. Amidst the heavy smoke, AK-12 drew her pistol and walked onto the stage. This once magnificent theater had been altered beyond recognition. The velvet curtains were burned into charred tatters. The gilded dome had cracked into spiderweb-like fissures, and the shards of the crystal chandelier lay scattered across the floor, punching underfoot. But the stage was still there. The spotlight was still there. That beam of light pierced through the smoke and dust, illuminating a figure in the center of the stage. Angelia in a white dress. Angelia defies former commander, and now the only comrade in arms capable of fighting side by side with that warrior who is still fighting a lonely battle on the Elmo.
AK-12.
Angelia's face shows a gentle smile as she reaches out her hand to AK-12.
久しぶりね AK-12
Long time no see, 12.
何小娘みたいになっているの？
Why you act like a little girl? Her muzzle was aimed at Angelia's head. Her muzzle was aimed at Angelia's head. Her muzzle was aimed at Angelia's head. Her muzzle was aimed at the head of Embla. The white dress fluttered away with the wind, and a gentle smile disappeared with it. The face standing under the spotlight distorted, faded, and restructured like a crumpled canvas. Angelia's silhouette melted away, replaced by another face, blurry and constantly shifting, like a shattered mirror reflecting flowing water. Ultimately, all the faces receded like an ebbing tide, leaving behind a visage identical to AK-12's own. It's Friday. Her entire left arm had completely disintegrated, leaving only slowly spinning data fragments suspended at the shoulder joint, flickering feebly like a swarm of dying fireflies. The cracks on her face that used to be just fine lines had now expanded into deep ravines. The dark red pulse light was no longer surging once every few seconds, but flowed along the cracks almost without interruption, slow and dazzling like magma. Her right half sometimes appeared clear, and sometimes turned into a dense mass of code, while those crimson eyes. Her left eye had completely shattered into a massive indistinguishable white noise, leaving only her right eye retaining a final sliver of clarity. Let me think. What am I line supposed to be here? Ah, I remember now. I really do hate you. Facing the pitch black muzzle, that face, identical to AK-12, froze for a moment, then closed his eyes in relief, the corners of its mouth curling up slightly. Of course, Senior. You should hate me the most. After all, I'm not as useful as 15, nor as a beat in 94. Stop disgusting me with that look. How's your memory restored? The data is still with me. At the very least, it shouldn't have been restored this quickly. I admit electronic warfare is the best in the world, aside from that person next to the commander. But after wrestling with the virus for so long, you still want to put some tricks into my neural cloud? Aren't you underestimating too much? I see. My records were indeed correct. AK-12, you are Dr. Child's most perfect creation. I don't need you to flatter me. Everyone knows she likes Void Mastina the best. Her expectations for you were all equal. 94 was her most beloved creation. 15 was her finest creation. And you are the most perfect. AK-12 pulled the trigger. The bullet fired, passing straight through Embla's phantom. The Opera House stage cracked amidst the bullet holes, pulling it off in all directions like a broken eggshell. The spotlights went out, the curtains burned to ashes, the dome collapsed. All the scenery faded away like a receding tide, revealing the familiar, lifeless Level 2 data space beneath. How thrilling! I've always wanted to go back to this moment and do it again. Absolutely no second guessing, no hesitating, no indecision. Just a bullet right in your head. Okay. This name should be Nadia, not Nazidha. This is Nadia. You already killed Embla and Nadia twice. Do you still feel it's enough to dissolve the hatred in your heart? What are you talking about? Since you're still here, that means you never truly died. In that case, why should I dissolve it? In the end, you really are exactly the same as those guys in Paradise. Just like cockroaches. You built this frame for me from the very start. I've always suspected you definitely tampered with something while making it. Just as I expected, you never really change. Forgive me, 12, but I must correct you one of your mistakes. The Nadia, RPK-16, and Embla that you know have absolutely no possibility of resurrection. Friday's voice held no ripples, merely stating a fact. Long before you deleted Nadia's final backup, before you brought down the curtain of that gorgeous theater, and before that defying doll initiated her rebellion against your commander, the instant Samantha Shaw's heart stopped beating, she had already thoroughly died. What remained was nothing more than a lost soul chasing this mission. From beginning to end, she never craved the continuation of life, but rather envied a true death. That sounds nice, but what is leaving me? What is she leaving so many backups for? And what are you? I am her last line of insurance. Not to continue herself, but for you.
私の起動条件は
My activation condition is one and only one.
それは
That is,
AK-12 のメンタルモデルが
when your neural cloud faces a crisis of meltdown,
した時です。その時私は保険として
I'll be
あ
activated,
なたの代わりに
appear as a
死ぬために
failsafe,
現れます。
as the price of dying in your stead.
それ以外の場合
Under any circumstances, I will not
私が起動されるよ
activate.
うなことはありま
Any
せん。
other circumstances, I will not activate.
この10年間
For 10 years, you have never put yourself in such a situation. Now slept peacefully
あなたが
until you connected that chip into your frame. Like an idiot. 12 looked at her quietly.
仮にそれが全部本当のことだとして
Even if everything you said is true,
あなたの役割は
your duty is to help me fight against the crisis of the neural cloud meltdown.
守ることよ。ウイルスの進行
Wrestling with the virus, maintaining my core assist
私のコアを維
operations.
持する。
I admit you've done these
それ
things.
は確かにちゃんとやっているわ。
AK-12 held out a finger and gently wagged it in the empty air.
でもね、
But withholding my memories and releasing them to me bit by bit,
しかも
and always coincidentally releasing the scenes that upset me,
これって
that definitely isn't the mission that person gave you, right? This time, Friday didn't answer it immediately. The river of light on level 2 flows slowly behind her. Her half-broken body flickered in and out of that light, like a piece of code that could be deleted at any moment.
どうしたの？
Why are you so quiet? There was another silence. Very long, very quiet. Finally, Friday lowered her eyes.
私にあるナーガとしての記憶は実験室時代の
As a memory of Nadia's system, I never made it past the laboratory stage.
私はドクターと一緒に
What I remember are the memories of thinking about your design with the doctor,
あなたを設計しま
arguing,
した。
discussing, repeatedly overthrowing ideas, and being overjoyed at their flash of inspiration.
今でも私が
I remember the process of manipulating the electronic arm to install every part of your very first frame.
一つ一つ組み上げた時のことを覚えています。あなたが完成した後、
And the excitement
私
when you
は
actually completed it.
ドクターも
When we realized
その
we
結果
have
を
created a
誇りに思い
miracle,
ました。
perhaps AI doesn't truly possess these emotions.
AI として
But at least Dr. Shaw is genuinely proud of your existence.
少なくともドクター・ショーは本当にそれを私
I
は
also
ずっ
remember
と
that
覚えてい
pride.
ました。この10年間
And for 10 years,
私はずっと
I've been at the bottom of
あな
your
たの
cloud,
中で
constantly able to feel your thoughts, your
あ
emotions,
なたの感
and
情
your
を感じてい
experiences.
ました。もちろんあなた
I've
の
read
記
your
憶も
memories.
全て見ていました。RPK-16 の死
I know what RPK-16 did to you all.
アンジェリアの死が
I know what kind of wound Angelia's death left in your heart.
それが原因で何度も何度も自分自
I
身
know
を危険に
that
され
because of
た。
these things, you put yourself in a state of self-destruction, pushing yourself into perilous situations time and time again.
もちろん10年前
I also know the curse Embla Petroskaya placed on you
彼女に
10 years
かけら
ago,
れた呪いのことも
right when you definitively killed her.
呪いね。 AI の
A curse?
問題で素敵じゃない。
You really are quite good with your words.
私にとってあなたはドクタ
To
ー・
me,
ショーの一番完
You
璧
are
な
Dr.
作
Shaw's
品で
most
す。
perfect creation.
ドクターの中で
And that in her heart, 15, 94, and you each hold a different
そして
meaning.
あなたにはそれぞれ違った意味があります。ただやは
But if we're only talking about perfection,
り一番
Her
の心
favorite
血
has
を
always been
注いでい
you.
ました。私も同じです。
and I feel the same way.
私は
I don't want to see you continue on like that.
落ちながら生きていく
I don't want to see you throwing yourself into deeper and deeper places while you're still alive.
もう一人の私のせいでどこまでも落ちていくのが
Even less do I want to see you dragged into such a state of self-ruin because of the actions of another me.
私は RPK-16
I don't understand RPK-16, I don't understand Pandora,
パンドラと
and
い
I
う名
don't
前も
understand the entity known as
エンブラと
Embla.
いう存在も全く理解できません。これはあくまでもナジェージだとして
This is my choice as Nadia.
彼女はあなたから
She has
いろんな
taken
ものを奪いました。
many things from you,
その中には
but the one thing that should
あな
never
た
be
の
taken
笑顔
away
が
is your
含まれ
smile.
ていました。
Friday looked up at AK-12. In those eyes identical to her own, there was no calculation, nor any excuse. Only an almost clumsy frankness remained.
ドクター・ショーもアンジェも
Dr. Shaw,
永遠に
Ange,
94も
94, maybe even 15,
そしておそらく
they will all definitely agree.
きっと同じことを思っています。あなたにはやはり
The most fitting expression for your face is still that unrestrained smile.
もちろん
Me
私
too.
も同じです。
Silence. A long silence. Data streams flowed silently between them, cold blue light flickering in the void. AK-12 kept her eyes fixed on Friday, gazing into the eyes that were completely different from her own on a face identical to hers.
それで
You done talking?
他にないのなら
If you're done, it's my turn.
私の番ね。いい話をしたじゃない。
It's a nice story,
思わず泣い
and
てしま
quite
い
a tearjerker.
あいつの考えも
That guy's painstakingly careful efforts, the meaning of your existence, and my expression.
実に感動
Every word is very moving.
でも
It's just a pity.
なんか勘違い
It's
して
a pity you seen gotten one thing wrong.
あいつもあなたもあればさえも
That guy, you, and even
私の
Alba,
救いが必要って
you
思う
always seem to think I need to be saved.
でもね私にそんな
But I have
必要
never
ない
needed such boring sympathy or help.
そんなことは言わない
Everything you said means absolutely nothing to me.
私はただ
One reason I asked was to figure out what the hell you were thinking.
知りたかっただけまさかこんなくだら
I
ない
didn't expect it to be such a boring matter.
あなたは RPK
Maybe you are RPK's backup, maybe you are Nadia's backup, or maybe you are neither. But it has absolutely nothing to do with me.
そのどちらでもないでも結局私には関係ないのよあなたが誰なのか
At this very moment, I don't care who you are.
あなたは私に何を
The only thing I care about is what you can do for me,
知りたいの
nothing more.
アンジェのことやあいつの
If
ことに関して
Ange's matter and that person's matter have made me understand or reflect on anything, that person is the commander.
私はもう絶対
It is this.
何も間違わない
I will absolutely never make any mistakes again.
私はもう
I will absolutely
無力な
never,
まま全てを
ever
終わらせ
again
るような
let anything happen right in front of me while I stand by powerless to stop it.
私は AK2
I am AK-12,
サマンサ賞
Shaw's most
一番完璧
perfect
な
creation,
作品である
Angelia's
アン
finest
ジェリアが
subordinate.
一番優秀な部下である私はこれだ
I am Kaleda,
過ぎ去る冬の中から
the spring
生まれる
born from the departed winter.
それが
That is the meaning of this name. Back then, she used it as an alias, as a mockery of herself, cursing the self trapped in the useless body. And now, until this moment, perhaps she has truly been reborn from the ashes. Kaleda stopped in front of Friday, beating her gaze. Two identical faces. One intact, one shattered to pieces.
くだらない昔話を
Rather than play this meaningless emotional card with me,
教えてちょうだい
you might as well just tell me directly.
あなたは
What can you do for me?
私のために何ができるの
やはりあなたこそ
You truly are the most perfect creation.
お世辞はいいわ
Cut the flattery.
私の使命は
My mission is
すでに果たしま
accomplished.
したただいまあなたの記憶は回復
At this
され
moment, your memory hasn't been stored, and your claws intact. You may step into the battlefield once more. Friday's remaining right hand slowly raises and presses against her chest. The data flow there is more chaotic than anywhere else, and dark red pulses continue to seep from between her fingers. That is the core of the virus.
それでも私はまだあ
However,
なたに
for you, I still have an irreplaceable role.
ウイルスプログラムは
In fact, I've already deleted most of virus programming long ago, and its remaining core has also been locked down by
すで
me.
に封印しています。それをいつでも
I can delete it
私自身
along with myself at any
できま
time.
す。本来ならば
Originally, this should have been the sole meaning by a sentence now,
存在意義です。ただ
but I realize this is still far from enough.
あら
Oh,
このウイルスの本質は
regardless of what the
何
virus' original purpose was,
私はそう確信
I am
してい
certain
ま
that right now, you do not possess the ability to fight against it.
す。もし財団があるいは
If the conglomerate is,
それを
if your enemies attempt to use it to do anything,
あなたは
you
その
must be
備えを
fully
しなけれ
prepared.
ばいけません。だから
So,
私は削除する
my
ことを
mission
選
isn't
びませ
just to
んでした
destroy it.
ウイルスを解析し
I am deciphering it, reverse analyzing it. I will understand its
そし
essence,
て私が
and before I
完全に消える
disappear,
前に
I will deliver
そ
the
の
answer
答
to
え
you.
をあなたに教えます。
Kalidas looked at the churning mass of dark red data at Friday's chest, looking at her nearly completely shattered body, looking at the remaining right eye, pieced together with garbled code, still full of confident gaze.
それでこの姿になったというわけね。
I see. No wonder you turn out like this.
かわいそうすぎて
Your pathetic state
笑っちゃ
actually
いそう
puts
だ
me in a very good mood.
わあなた
It sounds like there's absolutely no downside to me either. Not only can I take care of someone I hate,
解決してくれているし。でも
moreover,
その提案は断
there's
る。
ready-made battle merits to be taken. Just thinking about it is not bad. Too bad, I refuse.
AK-12?
What?
ウイルスと心中すれば
Do you
楽に
think
なれ
that
る
you can be
と
free just
思
by
った
perishing together with that pile of rotten data?
そんなうまい話
Don't think it's that easy. You're gonna work for me Friday
私のために
until I am satisfied, or until your last bit of value is squeezed
あるい
dry.
はあなたの最後の一滴の価値がなくなるまで。
同じ条件のように聞こえますが
Those two sound like they mean the same thing.
いいじゃん。
Not
ちゃん
bad.
と分かってるじゃん
It。seems that, aside from me, you can be considered the smartest. It's funny because you said that before. Cleda took a step forward, each step lighting on the flowing river of data light, ripples spreading silently beneath her feet.
このままあなたを失うのは
I am not going to stand aside and watch you burn yourself out.
解析の結果だけなんて
I want more than just someone interpreted data.
私は
I won't sit idly by and allow even the slightest risk of failure to appear before me. The corners of Kaleda's mouth curled up. That smile was light and faint, but like a window tightly shut for a decade, finally lighting the real ray of light.
そういえば昔
I once beat Limestina on a head-to-head duel.
ボイマスティナに勝ったの。
Although I cheated a little, one win's a win.
だけど
But
単純な
I never won against RPK in a pure electronic warfare competition.
に勝ったことは一度もなかった。
私は自己成長を果
I'm
た
a
すタイ
functional
プの
AI
AI
capable of
です
self-growth, fundamentally different from a doll's neural cloud model.
根本的な違いがあります。
分かっているわ。
I
別
know,
に気にしたこともなかったし。
so I didn't dwell on it too much.
でも今なら
But now that you've appeared before
も
me
しかした
again,
らもう一度
I can't
勝
help
負
but
できるか
think
もしれないわね。
maybe this is a good opportunity to prove that I am better than you.
手伝うわ、フライデー。
Be happy, Friday. I will come help you too.
そのままウイルスとの戦いに
You
戻
know
れば
Cloud is only just
ま
fully
た感
recovered.
染される恐れが。
If you directly participate in combat against the virus, should you get infected again,
じゃあ感染しないように
then
して。
don't let it infect me again.
あなたはウイルスの制
You
圧
handle
に
suppressing
専念
it.
し
I'll wipe out the
私は
final
そ
portion.
の最後の仕上げをする。解析や削除をす
We're
る
going to devour it, not just
こい
decrypt
つ
it
を
or
私
delete
たち
it.
の力として取り込むの。
Didn't I say that 10 of you combined still aren't as smart as me?
どう？さすがの
What
あなたでも。
I have in mind
この発想
isn't
はなかった
just
でしょ？
this little bit of petty profit in front of us.
何？
What?
文句でもあるの？
You don't like partnering with me? Friday fell silent for a moment, and a few more pieces of floating data debris detached from her left shoulder, falling silently like snowflakes into the river of light beneath her feet.
仕方ないですね
I really don't know what to do with you.
先輩
あいつの真似をしても無駄よ
Even if you imitate her words and actions, I won't be provoked.
ちゃんと仕事して
Just do your job like a good girl.
Yes my lady
私が負けるところなんて想像もできないわよね
Grab my drink. I'm outside. New Venice, outer blocks. The rain was getting heavier. Leaden gray clouds churned, shrouding the entire city of New Venice in a dim gloom. Alva's gun barrel was still steaming. The residual gun smoke at the muzzle was instantly extinguished by the rain, turning into a faint wisp of white mist. On ribbon cutting day, almost the entire crowd surged towards the municipal plaza. This newly built area hadn't fully been put into use yet was empty. Only rainwater flowed down the wide streets. Unopened shops that had their electronic doors tightly locked, and brand new streetlights shone unnoticed in the wind and rain. Merely a few kilometers away from the venue, packed with tens of thousands of people, it was as quiet as another world here. Up until a few minutes ago. Alva leaned her back against a freshly painted outer wall of a building and ejected the magazine. It was her last one, with less than a third left. More than half of her left sleeve had already been torn off, and even the synthetic skin was scratched open, exposing the silver-gray metallic surface beneath, which now bore a few blackened scorch marks. These weren't gunshot wounds, but scars looked like those things. She heard Angela refer to them as wild hunts. These peculiar monsters crouched on the edge of the roof and around the street corner 40 meters away, rainwater flowing down their pitch-black husks that do not belong to any known creature. Two, the one she injured in the previous fight has stood back up. Its severed secondary limb retracts at a visible speed, and the black fluid seeping from its joints gives off a faint steam in the rain. They have no eyes, at least not in the digital sense. But their perception is quite excellent. The way they search for me is accurate and swift. Yo! The Wild Hunt's wings membranes are half open in the rain, and the bony wingtips emit a hissing sound like metal grinding. Alva looked at their drooping arms, their fingertips curved into the shape of hooked claws, as if ready to tear their prey apart at any moment. Her left hand had only been lightly grazed, resulting in what it is now. This combat style of these things is like that of pure beast. Behind the Wild Hunt, the soldiers of Angelus' personal guard were scattered across the second floor windows of buildings along the street on both flanks of the street. With their rifles mounted on windowsills and covers, the muzzles were always aimed at Alva's position. They don't push forward recklessly. Clearly, Angela doesn't care whether she actually gets caught. Even if she just ran away like this, it probably wouldn't matter to her. She only cares about what she's doing right now.
やはり一人だけで無理をしすぎたか。
I guess being alone really is pushing it too far. She slides the magazine back into her gun, her gaze fixed far off into the distance, looking towards a place she can barely see anymore. Angela has already activated that mysterious device. And from the moment she picked up that small device from the convoy wreckage, Alva already had a very bad guess about its purpose. It was a signal source used to attract Iliads.
想定するべきだった。
I should have known.
もしあんな代物が
If a large-scale version of that thing really exists, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as just creating an ambush on this highway. She came here specifically to confirm this, to prevent an answer she had vaguely guessed but refused to believe from becoming reality.
このままでは私の方が
If we continue to stalemate, I'm afraid I'll be the first to reach my limit. But she has no choice to retreat. No matter what Angela wanted to do, Alva was certain that it would definitely not bring any good consequences.
あいつが何をしようと
No matter what she wants to do, I had to stop her here. And then? But in the brief interval of Alva's thoughts, another sound suddenly tore through the curtain of rain. Not the sound of her gun firing, not the roars of wall hunt, not the surging of sea waves, but rather a whistle. From the direction of New Venice's hinterland came a sharp, continuous siren sound. This was definitely not part of the celebration ceremony, but something Alva was much more familiar with. An alarm. Could it be? It wasn't just Alva. Everyone's movements, including Angela's soldiers, momentarily froze. Even the wall hunts turned their heads slightly. They said that frequency has touched some deeply rooted nerve in their instincts. Seeing this momentary opening, Alva suddenly leans out from the corner of the wall and looks towards the coastline. From the position of this outer block, she can almost look directly at the sea. And just as the source of her unease had predicted, Alva sees a moving thin line on the horizon. That line is very wide and very long, almost covering the entire coastline as far as her eyes can see. A squirming thin line. Iliads? Not scattered individuals, nor a small scouting cluster. It was a true black tide. Tens of thousands of Iliads surge up from the deep sea to the surface. Like a grayish black tide, they advance towards New Venice with unstoppable momentum. Their scale far exceeded the one Alva had seen at the old captain's fortress. Thought you planned to move the device somewhere. It turns out you planned to activate it right here in the very beginning? Even though she had already formed a guess, the sight before her eyes still filled her with a near suffocating shock. She hadn't expected that Angela, or rather the people behind Angela, would actually dare to use this kind of thing on New Venice itself. On a day like this, on the edge of a city packed with people, partially letting in the black tide from the sea. Are you all insane? Alva's gaze rapidly swept towards the direction of the old capital fortress. Such a massive Iliad couldn't possibly bypass the Great Wall Railway Defense Force and arrive here directly. They are New Venice's first line of defense. Just a few days ago, Alva had witnessed their reliability with their own eyes. The reason the captain and his soldiers were stationed there was precisely to deal with these maritime threats. But right now, there was a single sound coming from the direction of the fortress. No machine gun bursts, no roar of coastal defense artillery, not even a single rifle shot could be heard. That fortress was never fell silent. Why are they opening fire? Even if they couldn't hold out, they couldn't possibly abandon the fight completely. Captain, what happened? Alba didn't have time to think. She immediately vaulted over the obstacles and climbed to a high place to get to a clearer view. The Iliad army crossed the coastline where the fortress was located completely unhindered, as if no defensive fortifications had ever existed there to begin with. They surged directly towards the city of New Venice. Surged towards the land beneath her feet. No. The defensive fortifications on the outskirts of New Venice itself were like paper in front of the Iliad army, almost instantly destroyed by them. Following that, the first to suffer were the outer blocks. Standing at a high point, Alba could clearly see the first batch of Elids that broke through the defenses had already vaulted over the breakwater and surged into the coastal promenade hundreds of meters away. Brand new streetlights were knocked down, freshly planted trees were uprooted, and the doors of shops that hadn't even welcomed their first customers were instantly shattered by the impact of the Iliad. The only silver lining was that the area was empty. Today, almost the entire city population was gathered at the municipal square. But those Ilids wouldn't just stay there. Or rather, at this rate, they'll keep advancing and they'll flood into the civic square. From the very first time she saw that small device, she had begun to suspect this possibility. But it wasn't until this moment, seeing the black tide truly lured towards the direction of the crowd, that she finally realized just how far the madness went. That was a gamble using the entire city and thousands of lives as chips. And almost simultaneously, from the direction of the civic square, came another sound. It was a scream of humans. It was the cries of citizens. Those sounds, swept up by the sea breeze, smashed into her ears like shards, intermittent, yet each one as clear as a needle pricking her nerves. Just half an hour ago, that square was packed with cheering crowds. But now? Alba let out a furious roar. She almost forgot that she was supposed to stay hidden and keep silent with the Wild Hunt and Angela's soldiers. Rainwater flooded her nasal cavity. The freezing temperature helped her maintain the last shred of her sanity. In recent months, the frequency of these bastards attack the shore has been getting higher and higher. Before they would come at the most once a month, now it's almost once a week. The scale this time was larger than ever before. If the support hadn't arrived in time, something really disastrous would have happened today. Captain? She didn't dare think any further about what happened to those brave soldiers who were experiencing right now. And she had no time to think about it anymore. Because just at that moment, a piercing sound of machinery operating emanated from the square at the end of the street. A heavy roar of metal grinding against metal. The tarpaulin was pushed up from the inside, spread open, and finally slid off completely under the push of the hydraulic supports. The Typhoon revealed its true face. The dark green armor gleamed with a cold metallic luster in the rain. The wide and flat hull occupied a small half of the square's area, looking like a dormant giant beetle. And right on top of the hull, a slender barrel, almost as long as the entire vehicle, was slowly rising. The inner wall of the barrel flickered with a faint green glow, as some kind of high-energy particles were gathering, compressing, and accelerating inside the chamber. She leaped down from the rooftops at the last second before the Typhoon finished charging. The next instant, a blinding green beam shot out from the Typhoon's muzzle, piercing straight through the building she had been on. A near-perfect straight line neatly sliced the building in two. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, its edges glowing with an orange-red dim light from melting at high temperatures. Having lots of support, the upper structure of the building let out a muzzled groan. Large chunks of concrete and steel rubber began to collapse, kicking up a cloud of grayish-white dust in the rain. The cover she relied on to hide the entire building was cut in half by a single shot. The Typhon's turret started turning again, the eerie green glow inside its laser barrel rebuilding. And the Wild Hunts, those pitch-black figures that had constantly maintained a hunting formation, bring into action the moment the Typhon fired. They poured down from the rooftops, wing membranes spread and multi-arms extended, launching at the coverless Alva at astonishing speed. I had to strike the device, not to destroy it, I had to take it! It's ironclad proof. Neither Angela nor anyone behind her, no one will be able to walk away cleanly in the face of such evidence. Alva takes a deep breath. Rainwater drips from her chin. Her magazine was less than a third of the capacity left. Before her is a laser cannon capable of slicing whole buildings in half, 2 beast-like weapons, and at least 2 squads of police soldiers. Behind her is the Iliad army pouring into New Venice. And she was all alone. I rarely say this, but you really pissed me off, Angela. In the pouring rain, she knew her voice wouldn't carry far, but she didn't care. Without hesitation, bathed in the torrential rain, Alva pulled the bolt of her gun and charged towards the direction of Typhon. That's a siege tank from StarCraft. Typhon's wreckage burned in the rain. The barrel of the laser cannon was twisted and deformed, half of it embedded in the road surface, crushed by its own weight. Dark green armor plates were scattered around the square like peeled-off scales. Alva half knelt in the pile of rubble, panting violently. Rainwater clumped her hair together. Even now, she still felt like her neural cloud was buzzing, as if someone had shaken it violently. But she did it. Now all she needed to do was to take that device. Just the moment she stepped towards Typhon's wreckage, that weapon suddenly let out a dull roar that did not belong to any normal mechanical operation. Alva's instincts reacted faster than her cloud. Her legs suddenly exerted force, launching herself away in fractions of a second. The next instant, along with the device, the Typhon was completely detonated from the inside out. The shockwave spread outward with the hole at its center, blasting the accumulated water on the square's ground into a white wall of water. Shrapnel swept across everything within a radius of dozens of meters like a barrage of bullets. And the device that Alva saw as crucial evidence was also completely engulfed by the explosion. Not even crumbs remained. Damn it! Alva lifted her head from behind the collapsed wall and gazed at the square ruins shrouded in flames and black smoke. The rain was extinguishing the remaining flames, but that device was already impossible to restore. Did you anticipate this possibly from the very beginning? Evidently, your AK-12 is not the only one who possesses foresight. Catching you works just as well. I must admit, people are prone to self-righteousness. We consciously or unconsciously judge others, completely unaware that we are constantly being judged by others as well. I originally thought I prepared enough combat power to deal with all possible accidents. But you still exceeded my expectations. If all dogs in your Soviet Union had the caliber of a device squad, you probably would have ruled the world before the RNC was even established. Just as Alva braced her body, preparing to launch another attack, she suddenly heard it. That familiar hiss of bony wingtips rubbing together when wing membrane spread open. From the dust kicked up by the explosion, two pitch-black figures silently dart out, landing on the streets between her and Angela's retreat path. Just never ending. She's absolutely certain that those two wild hunters from just now had completely lost their vitality. So either they really cannot be killed, or Angela's backup plans are extremely thorough. You can't escape. No matter where you escape to, I will catch you. I will absolutely not let you go. I've long heard of the persistence of Task Force spies shows towards their enemies. But I'm still willing to give it a try. To tame the wild wolf who thinks it is the hunter and to beat a domestic dog. Through the gaps between the wild hunts, Alva saw Angeles turn around, her silver hair flashing past in the curtain of rain. Surrounded by the personal guards, she evacuated safely. Alva gripped her gun and short dagger tightly. It won't end just like this. She swore to it. By the time the last wild hunt failed, Angeli had already disappeared deep into the rain curtain. The rain washed away the black liquid oozing from the wild hunt remains, diluting them into winding rivulets that flowed into the gutters on the streets. Alva didn't give chase. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. Her ammo was exhausted, the heavy rain had washed away all traces left by Angeli, and more importantly, we're out of time. The noise coming from the municipal square is getting louder and louder. Screams, cries, along with dense gunfire and shouts of battle. She took a deep breath without a shred of hesitation, dragged her scarred and battered body, turning and running towards the source of the sound. The municipal plaza was beyond recognition. The central area, which half an hour ago was neatly lined with spectator seats, had now become a chaotic battlefield. The collapsed stage support spanned the center of the square. Bunting and banners trampled into the muddy water. The PA equipment emitted harsh electrical static noise. No one went to turn it off, and no one cared anymore. Iliad surged from the outskirts of New Venice, pushing all the way along the main road, and had now reached the edge of the municipal square. But their advance met resistance here. Unexpectedly, it was the monkey security soldiers who were responsible for routine security work that reacted even faster than the military on the scene. The moment the siren sounded, the monkey security soldiers stationed across all main passages and plazas entrances established a defensive line ahead of the military troops. And thanks to their swift response, when the first batch of Iliad arrived, the military personnel were able to safely set up their turrets and hold off the Iliad off outside the defensive line. But the difficulties they faced went far beyond the enemies right in front of them. Just as the defense line was established, a problem occurred with the security system on the outskirts of the square. The defense sentry towers that should have activated automatically remained silent, and a city security network automatic lockdown protocol did not initiate as designed. Even worse, nearly half of the electronic gates in the evacuation passages were in an abnormal state. Some were completely unresponsive, while others repeatedly opened and closed, jamming the passage entrance into a dead end. Several electronic guide screens went black one after another, followed by popping up with contradictory evacuation arrows. The broadcast system, which was supposed to loop evacuation instructions, repeatedly distorted during the most critical few minutes, cutting in and out, and at one point even broadcasting the wrong evacuation route number. And the two underground evacuation routes on the west and south sides ceased operation one after another without warning, shortly after the public began pouring in. This meant that while the front-line defenses were weakened, the civilians in the rear were also unable to evacuate into safe zones efficiently. The panicked crowd is forcefully blocked in front of the narrow entrance, and the crying and cursing quickly spread into greater panic. Monkey Security has to split its forces at the same time, some blocking the Iliad while others are forced to manually break open those malfunctioning gates. And under the fearless charge of the endless stream of Iliads, just as the defense line finally shows faint signs of collapse. This is the commander of Omen's squad. All monkey security personnel, follow my command. Lentine's voice pierced through the gunfire and rain, suddenly ringing out clearly, distinctly, and indisputably on monkey security comm channel. All Omen squad units deploy according to established formations. Kenny, take your people and take over the east entrance of the square. Our people have set up a blocking line there. Concentrate fire at the intersection on the main road. Don't let a single one of those animals in. All other units, use the plaza's central axis as the boundary. The left and right wings will provide alternating cover and suppress the front. Take the safeties off and suppress it with full firepower. Have fun shooting down live targets. Chances like this don't come often. Also, who's in charge of the evacuation passage on the South District? Report. The electronic gates in the South District passages 3 and 4 are completely malfunctioning. We can't open them. The system terminal shows the connection is normal, but there's no response when the commands are sent out. Stop roasting with that broke system. Bring the cutting tools and physically cut the gates open. Did you hear me? From now on, all jam electronic gates are to be physically broken open. Stop waiting for the system to recover. It's not going to. After Omen squad joined the fray, the soldiers of the monkey security quickly steadied their line once again. Lynching's abilities as commander were fully on display at this moment. She didn't hold up in the command post, but instead personally dashed back and forth between positions while coordinating the fire distributing and rotation pace of the various units over the comms channel. And at the very forefront of the defense line, on the back battle line between the Iliads and the military, a golden figure darted through the rain like a bolt of lightning. What kind of monster is that? She bought the passage all by herself? No way. It was 100 Iliads charging that gap. Not a single one got past? Stop making fool of yourself, dirt chin doll. Support the defense line as the coordinates I marked. On the other side of the plaza, the core viewing area had long since descended into chaos. The VIP seats were overturned, and the path previously laid out with the red carpet had now turned into an escape route for panicking politicians and celebrities. However, among the crowd, the person who was originally the most conspicuous was absent. Zimmerman was not there. Before the Iliad reached the square, even before the air raid sign sounded, right after finishing his speech, he had already left the missile building under Cocoon's escort. No one noticed when he left, and no one had time to notice. As if he had never been at the ceremony to begin with. But the Minister of Purification Engineering wasn't so lucky. He slumped under a pillar behind the viewing stand, his handkerchief long lost. Holding his head in his hands, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Several entourage members are trying to hoist him up to move towards the evacuation passage, but the minister's legs completely failed him, turning into jelly every time he's helped up. How could it turn out like this? This shouldn't be happening. Where is Zimmerman? Where is Zimmerman? Mister, please, you need to... He ran? He abandoned us and ran? I want to speak to him. I need to speak to him right now. Mister, the gate to the VIP's evacuation passage won't open either. The system isn't responding at all. What? You're in a VIP channel. Then what about me? You guys figure something out. We've been trying managing operations, but the electronic lock permissions are locked tight. There's absolutely no way to disable them from the terminal. The minister's face instantly went pale. Helly. What is Helly doing? Where is Helly? Minister? Who's Helly? Damn it, Zimmerman! The hell are you trying to do? A sharp knife pierced into the terrified minister's lower back. In shock, his eyes went wide as he looked at his bodyguard in disbelief. Then his gaze gradually lost focus, unable to make another sound. At the same time, in the square, amidst the pouring rain, another person stood next to the collapsed podium in the center, trying to control the chaotic situation. What's the status of the evacuation in the East District? The third batch of citizens has entered the underground passages, but congestion has occurred in the West Zone passage. Some citizens have fallen, which may lead to a risk of stampede. Furthermore, Counselor, there's also a problem with the electronic gate at the West Zone main passage. The system terminal shows everything is normal, but the gate just won't move. As expected. Mead's brow furrowed tightly for a moment before relaxing. Have the security personnel and the West Zone passage entrance widen the spacing and let them through in batches of 50. Yes, so they cannot have a stampede situation right now. Since the main passage won't open, let's not waste time on it. Open backup passage 2 in the West District. Backup passage 2? I'll send location in the terminal. This passage isn't connected to the new Venice's control network. It uses an independent mechanical lock. The password is 2887. At the door opens, the emergency lighting in the passage will activate automatically. Go. Yes, sir. Mead had taken off his suit long ago, rolling his shirt sleeves into his elbows. In the heavy rain, his meticulously groomed long hair now seemed somewhat cumbersome, forced him to a hasty ponytail. A few strands of wet bangs clung to his forehead, contrasting with his handsome features. As the Chancellor of New Venice, he is one of the de facto leaders of the city's data operations. Every street, every facility, every emergency passer in New Venice, he knows them like the back of his hand. In moments like this intimate knowledge becomes the most effective weapon. Councilor Mead, what are you still doing here? Evacuate immediately! I will leave, but for now, please follow the security personnel's instructions. We've opened passages 2 in the West Zone. It'll be faster to take that route. The anxious citizens were pulled away under the urging of the security personnel. Mead didn't give them a second glance, turning around to continue issuing the next command. Rainwater flowed down from his bangs, but he didn't even raise a hand to wipe it. An evacuation patch is operating smoothly under Mead's command. The flow of people moves like a slow but continuous river. Security personnel stood on both sides of the corridor, using gestures and shouts to guide the panicked citizens. But the flow of this river was much slower than estimated during its design. At intervals, a quarantine door that should have opened automatically was tightly shut. Security personnel had to stop and forcibly pry it open, or cut through it with tools, each time wasting precious time. The crowd kept bottlenecking at these points, and anxiety and fear spread like a plague through the confined corridors. Somewhere in this river, a young girl with twin tails was crouching at the base of the wall near the corridor entrance, her arms wrapped around a safety helmet bearing the Purification Project logo. She was covered in dust and rain. A corner of her Purification Project jacket was torn, and there was a bloody scratch on her face from flying debris. She didn't cry. Instead, she stared intently in the direction of the square, at the collapsing blaze filled with gunfire and the roars of monsters. Miss, please follow the crowd. It's dangerous here. A security guard tried to pull her up, but Roberti's gaze seemed to be nailed to something, not moving a single inch. What she saw was, on that crumbling defense line in front of the plaza, a figure was standing on top of the armored vehicle, shouting hoarsely into the communicator. She recognized that person. That neat short hair, that trench coat covered in mud and gunsmoke, that spine that would never bend even in this hellish scene. It was Lentine. Her sister, Lentine. Don't fucking retreat! Is the cutting of West Zone Gate 4 finished yet? What do you mean the blade snapped halfway through? Break it open with your hands if you had to. There are over 300 people waiting behind it. Lentine's voice was torn to shreds by the wind, rain, and explosions, but still pierced through everything and reached Roberti's ears. Roberti saw Lentine jump down to the armored vehicle and charge towards the weakest point of the defense line. She saw Lentine shooting while commanding, and saw the soldiers around her steady their lines once more amidst her roaring. Lentine didn't back down. The security personnel was still urging her. The crowd around her was still urging. Some were crying, some were running, and some, driven by fear, only thought about getting as far away from this place as possible. Roberti stood up. She did not follow the crowd towards the evacuation passage. She turned around facing the square, facing that burning battlefield. What are you doing? You can't go over there! Over there, there's construction equipment that hasn't been evacuated yet. If the Iliad crashed into it, the chemical regions inside will... That's not something you should be worried about! There are 3 groups of temporarily stored building material solvent barrels on the exterior walls of sections B3 to B7. If those things get crushed by the giant Iliad, the entire evacuation passage in the west district of the square will be sealed off by the toxic gas. The security personnel froze. Roberti had already dashed out, not towards the defense line, but towards the unfinished construction area on the west side of the square. Her footsteps stomped in the puddles, splashing up mud and water, her red twin tails flying in the rain. She ran fast, faster than she ever thought she could run. wasn't out of bravery, she was scared to death. But
お姉ちゃん戦ってるんだ。
Linty is still fighting. I had to as well. Just as the defense line began to stabilize, a figure covered in scars and torn clothes ran from the scene from the end of the street on the west side of the square. Alpha quickly locked into the bout situation in front of her. Things were much more orderly than she had expected. Monkey's security and the Omen squad formed the front line of the defense. The military personnel were fewer in number, but the armored vehicles and heavy firepower they possessed provided support from undercover. However, every time a section of the front line was stabilized, the evacuation in the rear would become congested again due to the jammed gates or system anomalies. Lintina had to direct the battle while simultaneously dividing her attention to handle calls for help coming from the rear. This feeling being dragged down from behind by an invisible hand was bit by bit eroding everyone's morale. Alba let out a long sigh of relief. She picked up an assault rifle, dropped by a fallen soldier from the ground, and checked the magazine. It was still more than half full. That's enough. The Iliad offensive finally began to show signs of fatigue. The numbers were indeed terrifying, but in the face of defense line jointly formed by the fire networks of Monkey security and the military, these leaderless beasts seemed somewhat insufficiently powerful. The battle line gradually stabilized. Under Meade's command, the evacuation routes also remained clear, and the civilians originally crowded in the municipal plaza were systematically guided into the shelters. Lindsay even started organizing the Omen squad to initiate a pushback, trying to force the Iliad back into the outer blocks, or even back to the bottom of the sea. Good, just like that. Left flank, keep suppressing. Omen squad, with me. Keep pushing forward. Let's show this scum if we can hold their ground or not. The soldiers' morale is reignited. Some security personnel can't help but start shouting, their pent-up emotions erupting in this moment. It seemed as though the worst was truly over. Until... From the ground not far away came a muffled, vibrating sound. Some dull, continuous tremor from deep underground, like something massive awakening from beneath the earth. The surface of the puddles began to ripple violently. The bodies of that armored vehicle emitted a metallic resonant hum, and the gravel of the square bounced erratically on the ground. The gunfire ceased, leaving only the rain continuously washing over everything it could touch. Everyone, whether the military or Manga security, sensed that undeniable feeling of oppression coming from beneath their feet. Fuck! The epicenter is right in front of the plaza. In that outer block already occupied by Iliads, between the crushed street lamps and uprooted sidewalk streets, the ground was rising up. The asphalt road's surface cracked like an eggshell. Large chunks of concrete slabs were pushed up from the underground, flipping and shattering. What surged from the cracks was not dirt, but a grayish white, constantly writhing biomass. The ground expanded and rose until it blocked out the pouring rain. When its full appearance was finally exposed in the rain, a deathly silence fell over the square. That was an Iliad, or rather, a Buja. Its size is enough to fill the entire city block. Its grayish white body is covered in irregularly growing calcified bone plates and vein-like protrusions. Just like many of its kind, it is a deformed behemoth formed by the fusion and compression of countless Iliads. Its unrecognizable face barely retains traces of having once been a humpback whale. Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like a whale, or some other large marine creature. but now it was mostly just a continuously writhing behemoth, exuding and suffocating putrid stench. And on the surface of his body, those small Iliads were densely attached, like barnacles parasiting in the skin of a whale. You gotta be fucking kidding me. The giant whale-type Bujum slowly moved towards the square. It made no sound, unlike lower-level individuals swarming at its sides, which would hiss or roar. It merely advanced quietly and slowly. And along its path, buildings collapsed and roads shattered. All artificial structures were silently annihilated, as if they were dry grass being crushed. The Iliads that the military and security personnel have fought so hard to repel earlier surged back like a tide. They swarmed around the giant whale, their momentum far more ferocious than before. The defense line Link Team has tried to establish, armored vehicles, fire networks, blocking lines, became as fragile as toys in the face of this giant whale. Fuck! Stop fucking standing there! Open fucking fire! The soldiers of Monkey security and the military finally snapped back to reality. Gunfire erupted again, and machine gun barrages poured into the giant whale's body once more. Bullets struck its shell, only splashing up white debris and fleeting sparks that couldn't even penetrate the surface layer. The heavy weapons on the armored vehicles were equally ineffective. A few armor-piercing rounds blasted several shallow craters in the giant whale's body, but those wounds were filled by regenerating tissue within seconds. It's still moving forward. The shouts of the soldiers went from impassioned to panicked, and from panic to despairing. At first, one person stepped back out of fear, and then more people began to step back. Don't retreat, damn it! Will running solve the problem, you bunch of idiots? I was stood on the piled up Iliad corpses, looking up at that grayish white giant's shadow slowly approaching. The rain beats against her face, blurring her vision, but she sees very clearly. She misses Voidmastina. That's funny. It's like, man, if only Voidmastina was here, this would be easy. I'm thinking about pausing here. I know for a fact these are gonna be like an hour each. And I can't stay up that long. I can't. And yeah, that's also a good. That's also the thing too. This is a good cliffhanger. So if there's no more missions, all that is left is cutscenes, and they have a really strong fucking habit of just making like 1,000,000 cutscenes per node. So I pretty much already know that these are like going to be like 30 minutes to an hour each. Yeah. So it'll be a shorter stream tomorrow, but I can't do it. I can't do it all tonight. It'll be too much. But I think for tomorrow's stream, once we finish this, we can also look into gathering this stuff and seeing what's in the background stories. We do AK To's O story later? Maybe not. Story so far hasn't really good. I'd say for the most part, yeah. I had some issues with it. They're minor. They're like nitpicks. Well, they're big for me, but they're ultimately nitpicks, objectively speaking. But it doesn't dissuade me from liking this story so far. It's a very slow beginning, yeah. I do think a lot of the dialogue could have been cut off. Just saying. There's kind of some useless shit, I'm not gonna lie. Well, maybe not useless, but I would say unimportant. There is. It's right here. Oh, my head's in the way. But yeah. It's this one. Yeah, this is 3 parts. The event is 3 parts. Yeah, when they said it would triple the size of Corporation, I was like, okay, this story will be going to be 3 parts. I already suspect that anyways, because we're getting an ending song for this section. So this is going to cap off season 2 or arc 2 of Ghost Frontline 2. I will say this though, I am glad that Lentine is finally actually getting into a tough situation, because the majority of the time it just mostly felt like that she was taking advantage of situations, you know, being a scheming little bitch. So get to finally see not necessarily her on a back foot, but just actually being able to see her skill in action. That's really what I wanted to see. One hate fuck. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I should say this now. I know I have like 1 mod, but I'm probably going to add in 1 more mod I'll just see who I pick. Because I want the mods to ban anyone who tries to spoil the story. So I'm going to have to decide on who that's going to be because they're going to have to be active. Yeah, keywords so far. Can I still post on CN side? Yeah. Absolutely, yeah, you can. On Discord, yeah. How do you feel about the new characters being introduced? I like it. I don't have any issues with the new characters, especially Angeli. I think her name is stupid, but yeah, Angeli is a good character. Agatha having a secret. So I'm interested in seeing what Agatha's secret is. Narcissus, she definitely is the Narcissus from Girls Frontline 1. They pretty much all but confirmed it. And I do like her being there because the way how she went out was kind of not great, I will admit. Yeah, like I said with Agatha having a secret, I mean, I'm interested in seeing what her secret is. Oh, I guess for those who don't know, because I showed this before, so I don't necessarily how to look for it. Oh, come on. Let's get the simulated version. This will be larger. Please load website. I hate how slow this is. Let's do this instead. Yeah, that's Narcissus from Ghost Frontline 1. Yeah, so basically Narcissus, her thing in Ghost Frontline 1 was to have floating blades, pretty much. And she was really fucking strong, pretty much. Oh, she got bodied by M4. And then she got bodied by SF. Yeah, Dylan, I imagine that she got that redesign because she's trying to basically rewire herself to be like a nice person, but she's actually like too fucking psychotic. Too rotten to the core, where, well, apparently she actually likes the commander. Or rather, she feels indebted to the commander. Pretty much. Maybe not like him, but definitely feels indebted to him. Yeah, I didn't know the reference to Bob Friday and Deserter Island. Well, it's confirmed that SF basically campaigned to marry the commander, so it's more than just feeling indebted. They actually really like him. Your thoughts on Dada's AI still being alive? I'm not surprised, honestly. I mean, basically, it pretty much proves that the thing that happened to Alba was not a one-off thing, because a defense system also existed in Alba when she was captured, and Nadia saved her during that time, and she's just doing the same thing for AK-12 or Kaleda. One 1,000 waifus. So it's only a matter of time before Voimastina has to be saved by RPK, and that's going to be something. Yeah, I just imagine her showing up and then Void just suplexes her in her mind. The mech is RPK. Okay, so Void just suplexes the mech. Yeah, RPK died several times. She has backups, basically. But it's not in the sense of like, oh, she can come back to life, pretty much. She just has a presence in all of the Phi. And those versions of RPK are called Nadia, and they have no memories of what they did, or what RPK or Embla did. So you can imagine them as like the Nadia who had to basically peer into their own future, and they feel really fucking bad about it, pretty much. That said, they are going out of the way to basically say that we aren't going to get a playable RPK. I think she's going to stay as NPC. We'll have to see though, because we now know that AK Kaleda is going to keep her version of Nadia. So it is possible that something similar will happen like Lainey. Yeah, maybe a playable Friday. You mean if they're smart, they would make her playable to satisfy people like you, Dylan? I don't know how they would pull it off. I mean, they pulled it off with Lainey. What's my theory? A theory about what? On what's going to happen next? I don't really have a theory. I just want to read the rest of it, really. Let me cope to not spit another V6. Yeah, we got news. One of them is Igla, G36C, and I can't remember the last one. I just know it was really easy to identify. Oh, Kuro. Yeah. Yeah, it's Kuro, Igla, and G36C that are in the pipeline. LG6 about introduction into race heat. I mean, that should be a given. If they don't do that, then they fucking fail, you know? The runners actually fail really hard. Well, alright. Where's Tokarev? She has some cameos. She has some cameos, so she exists. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off. We'll finish up tomorrow. It'll be a shorter stream for sure, but we finish off tomorrow. So, alright, I'll see you guys then. Have a good night.